2.
Check. I'd like to start off by saying good morning to all. Good morning to all. I'd like to go ahead and welcome everybody this morning on the second day of Women's Leadership Summit 23. Without further ado, I'd like to go ahead and welcome Venerable Mingyur Rinpoche. We have him on stage. Please put your hands together and help me welcome him. Mingyur Rinpoche is a world-renowned meditation teacher with personal experience of anxiety and panic attacks, which he suffered from his childhood and into his teenage years when he learned to transform his panic through meditation. In his approach to teaching meditation, he integrates traditional Buddhist practices and philosophies with the current scientific understanding of the mind and the mental health. He is one of the happiest brains in the world, and it is a blessing as well as a privilege to have him here today. So one more time, please put your hands together and let's begin.
Namaste. Thank you. So, actually, I was born in Samagaon. Anybody heard of Samagaon? Raise your hand. Only one. Samagaon is next to the Manasilu. Have you heard of mountain Manasilu? Yes, raise your hand. Okay, wonderful. So, I'm Nepali, but I cannot speak Nepali well. So, now I will use English. So, I was born in the foothill of mountain Manasilu. And when I was young, I learned a lot from my grandmother. So in my village, my mother sometimes busy taking care of the farms. We have animal also. And my father was a great meditation teacher, and he's very busy with the teaching. And who really helped me to take care of me. And special, I learned a lot of things about the moral ethics, the spiritual essence from my grandmother. And when I was around 9 years old, I had panic attacks. Do you know panic attacks? So panic is cannot sleep well in the night and very strong anxiety. And then in the mind, there's a lot of thought, overthinking, frightened image, too much worry about something. So for me, worry about the storms. In Samagaon, we have lot of snowstorms in the winter and thunderstorm, you know. Sometimes the thunder, and then looks like entire mountain is vibrating, become like drum, entire valley. So I have a lot of strong fear. Then my mother is my best friend also. She's my mother and my friend. So I discussed this with my mom, and she recommended to learn meditation. So I learned meditation from my father when I was 9 years old. So according to meditation tradition, what we call all of us has some kind of like true quality or true energy within us. One is what we call feminine, one is masculine. And it doesn't matter who you are, you're man, woman, whatever gender you are, it doesn't matter. But everybody has these two energy, two aspects, these two qualities within us. And this is very important to keep equally, like sometimes what we call two wings of bird. So if we treat one wing only, the bird cannot fly, right? Maybe bird tried to fly with one wing, what happened if the circle fell down? So this manifests in the spiritual practice, and also it will manifest in the social. So again, in my hometown, Samagaon, do you remember my hometown name? What is the name? So we have, in the past, when I was young, very nice, we have ecosystem. There's a kind of like a culturally equality there, not special made by kind of like constitution or anything. But then the modern kind of like a lot of tourists come, and people are looking for money and wealth, and and then there's a lot of inequality begin to come into my village, Samagaon, and a lot of people are become drunker. They get some money and whiskey, it's quite cheap. And then some they smoker, and then they fight a lot. It's kind of like chaotic. So I go to my village and try to convince them, try to change. And me, my mom, my brother, we give a lot of talks. Nobody want to listen. Very difficult. So then later we thought, okay, in my village we have the Amasoma. Yeah, Amasoma, small group there. And we thought maybe we can help them to make the group become bigger. So we have project about women's empowerment in my village. And many of them, they never went to even kindergarten, but we teach basic things. They're very smart, really capable to learn, and health, hygiene, general education, how to do a little bit business in hometown. And slowly they make influence, make kind of like moral, ethic rule. So now many people, they quit drink. And they just drink socially. And the entire community really lift up, kind of like a social level, and also spiritual level, and cultural level. So it really helps. So I'm really appreciate about to balancing within us the feminine and masculine, kind of like equality, and also into the society in our life. So I want to share this. And now I would like to discuss a little bit about how we can balance this within ourselves. So normally what we call the awareness and the wisdom. So there's two things. Awareness is to put attention. So what we call masculine aspect. And the wisdom is to understand the nature of reality, feminine aspect. So without awareness, you cannot have wisdom. Without wisdom, you cannot have awareness also very well. So these two has to be together. So first, maybe I would like to discuss about how to bring wisdom and awareness with one object. So now you need to choose object. One is breathing. Maybe we can learn with the breath, or second, with the sound. Maybe we can learn with the sound. Third, with the, what we call mental recitation, reciting a word or mantra or pray in the mind. So there's 3 objects you have to choose. So I will ask you, raise your hand, and you have to choose, yeah? So first is the breath. So we can learn with the breath. Raise your hand. How many of you want with the breath? Okay. And how many of you want to learn with the sound? Raise your hand. Okay. And with the mental recitation? Okay. Mental recitation or breath, I think these 2. Again. Almost same, you know. So I want to ask you again. So, sound, raise your hand. Not much. Breath, raise your hand. Okay. And the mental recitation? Okay, good. I think most of you raised hand for the breathing. So, normally what we call essence of meditation is knows whatever object. Sometimes what we call mindfulness. Have you heard of mindfulness? Okay, good. So can you see my hand? So how many of you can see my hand? Raise your hand. Great. So that is the mindfulness. When I ask you, can you see my hand? In that moment, your eyes, your mind, both are looking at my hand. So eyes and mind together become meditation. Right? But sometimes our eyes look at the hand, our mind goes somewhere. So we lost. But it's okay, we can come back again. Okay, now I will ask you a second question. And this is a very important question. Think well. You can think well and give me answer, okay? How many of you are breathing right now? Raise your hand. Okay, very good. So that is the breathing meditation. So meditation is finished. So congratulations. Now you all know how to meditate with the breath. Yes or no? Why? Because when I ask you, are you breathing now? In that moment, your mindfulness, your attention, your awareness is with the breath. So mind and breath together. And that is the meditation. Very easy. Actually, meditation is very easy. The problem is sometimes too easy become difficult, too close, cannot see it. So that's what we call. So watch here, yeah? So if you bring too close to your eyes, you cannot see it. Yeah, I can see now, and now, cannot see. Too easy, just know the breathing is become breathing meditation. I thought meditation is something very difficult and sacred and, not so easy, right? So actually very easy. But the problem is we cannot stay with the breath too long. Few seconds only. Breath, we forget. Breath, oh, something happened yesterday. Breath, to-do list for tomorrow. Breath, dalbat. Dalbat, yeah? Dalbat, you know? Thali. My favorite food, thali. But important thing is, don't try to block thinking. Many people has misunderstand about meditation. They think meditation meaning think of nothing. Empty mind, empty brain, and concentration on the breath only. Shh, I am meditating. Keep quiet. That thali is coming, you know. 1, 2, not thali. Then what happened? Forcing yourself. Let's try. So sometime what I call pizza meditation, pizza. But I think in Nepal, thali is better. So we will do thali meditation for 1 minute. And for the thali meditation, you cannot think of thali for 1 minute. You can think about pizza, you can think about samosa, you can think about, what else? Kunduri? Alu tarkali or anything. But no thali for 1 minute. Okay? So try this thali meditation together. Please keep your spine loosely straight and touch your both feet to the ground. And you can put your hand on your lap or on your knees, it doesn't matter, up to you. And now please close your eyes and relax muscles in your body. And I will say 1, 2, 3. When you hear 3, no thali. So be prepared. 1, 2, 3, no thali. No veg thali or non-veg thali or thali with dal. Okay. How was it? Is easy or difficult? This thali meditation is easy or difficult? Did you think of thali? 1 or 2 seconds? I know what you're thinking. Should I tell you? I think you think of thali, you know. So what happens normally, when you said, don't think of thali, thali will come more. So that is how our mind works. No thali, more thali will come. Normally you are not thinking about thali, but today this is thali meditation, very special. Okay, no thali. Oops, thali is coming. No. I should not supposed to think of this thali. This is a very sacred meditation. Again, this thali come again. And this thali is ruining my life now. So that is what we call aversion. So that is not only with the thali, whatever we do in our life, as long as if you want to push out, then whatever that thing become not nice, disturbing, lousy, and that thing become unpleasant. Doesn't matter what kind of thing, what kind of object, it doesn't matter. It become disturbing to you. So for the meditation, actually you can have thali. Good news is, should I tell you good news? You can have thali. Not only one thali, two thali okay, three thali okay. If 10 thali comes okay, no problem. So what we are learning okay with not okay. So when you meditate on the breath, if thali comes, let thali come. Let thali come and go. But important is, remember your breath. Glimpse. Glimpse. If you remember your breath, anything's okay. So you are not totally lost. You come back to the breath. So you're learning 3 important skills. First important skill is you're letting go of aversion, resentment. So that aversion, resentment develop stress, develop panic, develop anger, hatred, become depression also. All this comes from that aversion. No thali, more thali comes. And another one is craving, we lost. How many of you, sometime in the night, you want to sleep? You really want to sleep? Oh, it's late, I'm quite busy, I want to sleep. I need sleep. I need sleep, and sleep disappear. Anyone experience that? Raise your hand. So that is the power of craving. The more you crave, also disappears. Sometimes what we call the neighbor's grass always greener. Have you heard of that? So maybe nowadays we have a lot of habit with looking at smartphone, right? Especially in the evenings, you know. How many likes? I put a new photo yesterday. Only 7, you know. Sometimes people come to me, Guruji, please bless me more like, you know. So, but when we back to the breath, that craving automatically lost. But at the same time, craving can come. Stress can come. Thali can come. Pizza can come. So this is a very important skill that we are learning with the meditation for our life. So try again. Now we will practice not the thali meditation. Now it's the breathing meditation, the real meditation, okay? So again, please keep your spine loosely straight and relax muscles in your body. And if you want, please close your eyes. And feel your body. Feel the touching sensation between chair and your body. And feel the room temperature also. And relax muscles. And now please to be aware of your breath. Breathing in, breathing out. And completely natural breath. You don't need to control your breath. Shallow breath is okay. Deep breathing is okay. Irregular breath is okay. Tight breathing is okay. Peaceful breathing also okay. It doesn't matter. And while you watching your mind, watching your breath, thali will come, pizza will come. Oops, something happened yesterday. I did something wrong, or something good thing happened. Or tomorrow, or today, where should I have my lunch? All are okay. As long as if you still remember your breathing, if the 10 thali comes, also okay. Okay. How was it? How many of you can be with the breath, meaning you know your breathing? Raise your hand. Great. So that is the meditation, actually. Mind and the breath together, and natural breath, what we call. You don't have to do pranayam or anything breathing practice, completely natural. So being with the breath as it is, that is the beginning of development of wisdom. So wisdom is seeing the reality as it is, seeing the truth. And at the same time, you are allowing thali, pizza, mistakes, stress, everything allowed. So what we call learning okay with not okay, and that is really develop openness, flexibility, love and compassion also will develop through that. Normally in our life, this is not okay, this is not okay, no, 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 no. So many no's, no, no, no there. But now you're learning yes. But if you learn yes, 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 then you lost, also not good. So we're learning awareness, not loss. Back to the breath again. So we are freeing craving, so not loss, back to the breath. So sometimes what I call 3 important lifelong skill that we are learning with the breathing meditation. So do you remember 3 lifelong skill? The first is wisdom. Being with the breath as it is. Second, we are learning okayness or love and compassion. So thali okay, mistake okay, stress okay. When you say no thali, it doesn't work, right? It makes worse. So we are learning love and compassion. Skill number 3, not loss. We are learning awareness, be present, back to the breath again. So when you bring this in your life, the knowing reality as it is wisdom, what we call feminine energy, not lost back to that, the concentration is masculine, and both mature by love and compassion has to come together. So inner balance, that if we find this, then we can also relate it to the world, with your family members, your work, your life. Thank you very much. So I think we are a little bit late, so I will reduce my speech time. We will stop here. Thank you very much. What next? I sit there or you should move? We have time? Yes. How many minutes? 5 more minutes. Questions for 5 more minutes? If you have questions, raise your hand. No question meaning you understand complete. Here.
When we do the breathing sometimes,
Breathing.
when you are thinking of your breathing and sometimes you begin to relax so much that you tend to fall asleep. Is that bad?
No problem. That's good. So sometimes what we call sleeping meditation, you begin with the meditation with maybe breath, maybe sound, or whatever. Then you feel sleepy a little bit. But important if you continue to be with the whatever, the presence, whatever object. Sleepy a little bit, but still with the breath, awareness of breath, and sleepy, aware of breath. So sometimes, the moment we fall into sleep, if our mind awareness with the meditation, sleep will catch the meditation mind, and all the sleep become meditation. That's possible. But the moment you sleep, you lost with the dalbat, that not happen. Next.
Hello, Rinpoche ji. Hello,
Hiya.
Rinpoche ji. Namaste. I want to know how long should a meditation practice be? 20 minutes or how long?
Yes.
Each time we sit.
At the beginning,
Thank you.
short is better. Maybe 5 minutes. If you're new to meditation, at the beginning, 5 minutes. But every day, 5 minutes. So there's what we call view, meditation, application, 3 things. Application meaning you apply every day, it changes the habit. So to build up new habit, it will take 30 days. So if you meditate every day 5 minutes for 30 days, then some transformation begin to come. And also, I had this discussion with the scientists, what they call, every day we have brush our teeth, 3 to 5 minutes, no? Wash and brushing teeth. And that 3 to 5 minutes is good for keep healthy of teeth, hygiene for teeth. It doesn't take so much. Similarly, if you apply every day little bit meditation, it's good for mental hygiene. Only 5 minutes helps a lot. Sometimes what we call 3 breathing meditation, 3, just breathing in, breathing out, 1, breathing in, 3 times can change the entire day. So at the beginning, short is good. Then after 1 month later, if you want to extend, can extend.
Good morning, Rinpoche. Namaste. Thank you for the calming session this morning. I just wanted to ask, while meditating, can you also do it with your eyes open, or is it recommended that you do it with your eyes closed?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can open eyes, no problem. So what I say, if you want, you can close your eyes. That means you can open your eyes, of course. There's one here also, yeah.
Actually, what is meditation? Is it just about concentration or about breathing or those three things as you said?
The awareness, the essence of meditation is mindfulness or awareness. That's your question, right? What is meditation? What is your question?
What's its actual meaning? I mean, is it just about concentration?
So meditation is we have the mind. Our mind has capacity to know, to think, to feel. Sometimes what we call clarity, awareness, mindfulness, and we need to connect with that. So meditation is all about awareness. And that awareness comes together with the love and compassion and wisdom, 3 in 1. They are inseparable. They come together automatically. So it's not really concentration. It's not really for the peace, calm, and joy. Peace, calm, joy, non-conceptual are the byproduct of meditation, not the essence of meditation. So essence of meditation is awareness.
Good morning, Rinpoche. Our land is the inventor and creator of the ancient wisdom, such like Buddhism and then other methodologies, right? My question to you is why this, the particular about meditation is perceived so less as per your experience?
So less.
The achievement about the meditation, awareness about the meditation, why it is important, why people are not doing it, it is very, very low, right? So how we can have this, this to the larger extent,
All right.
as per your experience, and I'm educated by the profession. Also, how we can integrate this into our daily practice of teaching from maybe kindergarten to PhD and then lifelong learning. This is my question to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I think these meditations come from Nepal, actually. The Buddha taught this many places, and Buddha was born in Nepal, and the message now go to the West. And we don't practice much in Nepal, but now in the West, they are integrating into the school system, corporate world. Now in the West, what they call 50% of the corporate, they integrate meditation as last year. So this year might be more. So I think we need to really think about how we can practice this here in Nepal also. And I have monastery here behind Swambhu, Tsokru Danda. There's a Dergar monastery, and below that we have school. So we try to implement this with the kindergarten to class 8 to bring this ancient meditative experience with the curriculum, with the modern education, infuse together. So right now they teach different things, maybe meditation here and the science here, social here, but all the science, social, everything can be infused with the meditation, infused with awareness, love and compassion, wisdom. Then I think education becomes very healthy, meaningful, successful, I think. So we stop here, or last question? One last, yes.
Yeah, good morning, Rinpoche. I got to know that...
I cannot hear you.
I noted that you got anxiety at the age of 9, and I have learned at many places that anxiety, depression all occurs due to stress, and I want to know, you might have explored the reason behind your anxiety, and also I'm eager to know whether your journey to become a Rinpoche was your, seek to have a peace in your mind through this meditation, and also eager to know how this is helping in curing your anxiety. Thank you.
Yeah. So I had anxiety. panic attacks developed around 7, 8, but I didn't know that was panic. And when I was 9, become very strong. Then I begin to learn meditation. But problem for me is I'm lazy. You know, lazy boy. Love the idea of meditation, but I don't like practice of meditation. I feel bored. And especially watching the breath is I feel stupid. Why I have to know that I'm breathing? Because of course I'm breathing. So my meditation on and off. When I was 13 years old, I was in India. There's a retreat, a 3-year retreat. So we do retreat for 3 years. I go inside. And the first month, my panic become very strong. So then our tradition is, first we use breathing as support for meditation. Then eventually, everything can be support for meditation. You can meditate with anything, anytime, everywhere. So that means you can use panic as support for meditation also. So I really try to accept my panic. Until then, I try to still resist and learn how to live with my panic in the retreat. So within few weeks later, my panic became my teacher, my best friend. Symptoms still there. When the panic comes, I'm quite excited. The heart being tight here, you know. And then the bala 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 yada yada comes. Quite excited. And then something bad thing happens. Not the good ending. Should I tell you or no? Bad news. So me and my panic become very good friend. And then panic say bye-bye. So gone. I miss my friend, my teacher. But actually panic is gone. So my rest, 3 years, 10 months. Yeah, we have 3 years, 3 months. So rest, my retreat went very well. No panic. But I have another problems. Life has full of problem, right? Problem is international. Problem is universal. But I can make friends with another problems also once I learn that. So I'm really grateful to this lineage, this wisdom which has come from Buddha. And yeah.
I'm sure there's so many other questions as well in your mind, and I'd like to also mention that you could definitely go ahead and read his book, Joy of Living, as well as it would be a pleasure to invite him on the podcast. Maybe down the road you could watch that as well, so it would be a pleasure. At this moment, I'd like to request we have with us actor Pradeep Khadka to kindly present a memento to his Venerable Mingyur Rinpoche, and if you could kindly do that, Pradeep. It's a pleasure. Such a blessing to have him this morning. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Venerable Mingyur Rinpoche. For the opening remarks, I'd like to go ahead and invite on stage, we have with us from Coca-Cola Beverage Nepal, Director of Public Affairs, Communication and Sustainability, Sneha Rajbhandari. Sneha, you want to use the
It was only in the year 1987, the year that I was born, that the US Congress designated March as Women's History Month. It's been much longer since there were individual days dedicated to celebrating the women's movement, but it's been only 3.5 decades since we've been celebrating this whole month of March to recognize the efforts and the bravery of past generations to pave the way towards parity for women today. At Coca-Cola as well, we continue to celebrate women's achievements and champion gender equity and the rights and well-being of women in Nepal and all around the world. We're committed to creating a better future, a better shared future for all of our employees, and amongst the many different initiatives, we aim to be led by 50% women leaders all around the world by 2030. Good morning, everyone, and it's an honor and my privilege to be here today to kickstart the second day of the CNI Women's Leadership Summit. I'd really like to commend the efforts of the Confederation of Nepalese Industries, President Vishnuji, Vice President Nirvanji, Director General Deepakji, and especially the core team in the leadership of Chayaji and Ashrayataji that came together to anchor this event over the Women's History Month. At the World Economic Forum annual meeting at Davos, it was highlighted that it will take 132 years for us to get to gender parity all around the world. Amongst all the regions covered in the Gender Gap Report, it was highlighted that South Asia actually ranks the lowest, with only 62.3% of the gender gap bridged. This also means that it will take us almost 200 years to get to parity in our part of the world. The COVID-19 pandemic that all of us experienced and the global and economic shocks that we all faced have further deepened the inequities and also added more constraints in building more inclusive and prosperous economies. And the story in Nepal, as we all know, is no different. In fact, we may have fallen a full generation behind. The timing couldn't be better that CNI, in partnership with the government of Nepal, and the media, civil society, different private sector entities, is raising the profile of this very important discourse on the issue of women's leadership. We all really need to come together to unlock further shared value created and sustained when women are recognized as the most important stakeholder when it comes to transforming the economy of Nepal. Growing up, I was blessed to have a lot of bold women in my family. But I'm also very lucky to have a father who continued to push and create opportunities for me. I grew up around men and women who were fiercely independent, whether I look at my parents or my grandparents' generation. My maternal grandmother was the breadwinner for her family, while my grandfather was a freedom fighter during the first democratic movement. On both sides of my family, I was lucky to witness that the older generation invested in daughters' and sons' education equally to the best of their abilities. I ended up with a doctor, a lawyer, a chartered accountant, a business manager, an entrepreneur, and a homemaker as women role models in both sides of my family. The important part I wanted to highlight here is that this was also possible because of the partnership and solidarity shown by the men in the family, along with the mindset that together as men and women, they could achieve more positive outcomes for the family and also society as a whole. In Nepal, as we think about gender parity, I'd like to encourage a shift in mindset and in encouraging more positive masculinity and also creating more spaces where he can advocate for she. While solidarity and mindset play a role at the individual, family, and community level, we do have a long way to go in terms of leveling the playing field, especially when it comes to structurally inherent biases. However, this is also not to say that we have not made any progress in the last few years. It was very interesting for me to learn that when Nepal's first election was held in 1959, both men and women were granted the right to vote in this election. Also, in the last 3 decades, Nepal has made significant strides in increasing women's political representation, as we all know, with women now occupying over 33% of the parliament. And we're also seeing more women in roles as president, Supreme Court justice, and deputy speaker of the House, as the Honorable Prime Minister himself acknowledged yesterday. In Nepal, we do have some more progressive policies in place to push for inclusion, especially when it comes to political representation. However, there still seem to be some barriers that dissuade women from meaningful participation, whether it's in executive bodies or more senior leadership positions of power, whether you look at politics or the economy. Hence, I go back to this question of mindset. Is it possible that we ourselves as women are facing some sort of imposter syndrome, or are we doubting our own potential? Or is it just that the historical barriers have been so high that it's very hard for us to come out and lead in masses? Hope through the discussions that you have during the summit and the thematic conversations yesterday and today, we can find some answers to these questions, especially as Nepal aims to graduate out of LDC status in 2026. At Coca-Cola Beverages Nepal, we currently have 53% of our pre-sellers who are women, and as a company, we are currently trying to implement and sustain policies to ensure that more women are in senior positions in management. Globally, for Coca-Cola, women's empowerment has been a very, very important sustainability priority. We not only work with women in the formal sector, but we have been also working towards uplifting women in the informal sector by creating and providing green jobs as a part of our World Without Waste initiative in Kathmandu Valley, in Bharatpur, and also in Nawalparasi. We also understand that women are hardest hit when it comes to the negative impacts of climate change, and we've been working very, very closely with Smart Pani, WaterAid, and WWF to deliver ambitious water replenishment projects, which enhances community resilience over time. As a part of the ambitious 5x20 program to empower 5 million female entrepreneurs all around the world, in Nepal, we launched a shopkeeper and resources training program, which has positively impacted over 5,800 women prior to the pandemic. Last year, we were very happy to announce the Saksham program, which seeks to train 1,000 women retailers annually on issues related to business operations, safety, hygiene, and access to financial services. This year again, on Women's Day, we have launched Saksham 2.0, where we not only will be training an additional 1,000 women, but we also seek to leverage technology, particularly to run an accelerator program where we will soon welcome applicants from 3 provinces of the country. My hope for all of us is that through the summit and the joint recommendations that come in, we can find pathways to ensure more meaningful representation of women in positions of power in Nepal. There's a strong economic case that the healthier our women are, the more educated our women are, it has a multiplier effect on our society. Societies that have more women in the workforce are more prosperous. Companies with women leaders have outperformed their counterparts, and countries with women in leadership are more equal, peaceful, and stable. I believe that the decisions and actions that we take forward collaboratively at the summit and afterwards for the issues around inclusion and equity has the potential to help us to continue to close the gender gap in Nepal. I wish all of you more power and persistence in pushing for progress, as it is our collective responsibility to accelerate parity as a core part of the government, civil society, development partners, media, and private sector agenda. As I wrap up here, I'm very proud to showcase a short film about what we have done through Saksham, and I'd like to end by thanking everyone, especially the CNI Women's Leadership Forum. Thank you for the privilege to partner with you for the first Women's Leadership Summit. And I really hope that this is one of many more to come. And I hope that this opens up more pathways for sustained empowerment for women in Nepal. Namaste, everyone.
नमस्कार, मेरो नाम माया पाण्डे र मेरो घर भण्डारा पर्सा हो र मेरो सौरामा सानो व्यवसाय पसल छ। म जन्मेको इन्डिया, आसाम, गुवाहाटी हो। मेरो श्रीमान बाहिर हुनुहुन्छ। र अहिले हालैमा व्यवसाय गरेर बसेको पनि 5 वर्ष बढी भयो। राम्रो चल्या, रमाइलो छ, राम्रो छ।
नमस्ते, मेरो नाम गीता श्रेष्ठ। म चाहिँ यहीँ 6 नम्बर वडामा बस्छु। मेरो श्रीमान बित्नु भएको चाहिँ 56 सालमा, अनि 2टा छोरा र 2टा बुहारीमा कान्छी बुहारी चाहिँ अहिले छैन। जेठी बुहारी जेठो छोराको सन्तान पशुपल छन्। मेरो दोकान थापेको चाहिँ अहिले 36 सालबाट कति वर्ष भयो मैले चाहिँ हिसाब गरेर चाहिँ छैन।
नमस्ते, मेरो नाम सङ्गीता शर्मा। हाल अहिले मेरो घर चितवन रनपा 9 मोहनामा पर्छ। अनि मेरो फ्यामिलीमा चाहिँ मेरो बाबा मम्मी अनि 2जना दाइ अनि 1जना भाउजू हुनुहुन्छ। कान्छो दाइ चाहिँ अमेरिका हुनुहुन्छ भने जेठो दाइ चाहिँ कोरियामा कार्यरत हुनुहुन्छ। दाइले चाहिँ स्टार्ट गरेको बेकरी एउटा बिजनेसलाई चाहिँ अहिले म सम्हालिरहेको छु। त्यसमा मेरो फ्यामिलीहरू पनि कार्यरत हुनुहुन्छ।
सजिलो त भएन, मलाई धेरै गाह्रो भयो। अब नेपाली लेख्न पढ्न नआएको अलिकति टाइट नै थियो, र वहीँ सोधेर पुछेर आएपछि बल्ल मैले सामान राख्नुपर्ने। श्रीमानले त गर भन्नुभयो, सपोर्ट पनि पाएँ, तर गर्नलाई त धेरै नै एक्लो मान्छेलाई गाह्रो भएको थियो।
160 रुपियाँमा चियाको भाँडा यस्तै चिजबाटै सुरु गरे हो। कहिले काहीँ गाडी पाइन्थ्यो, कहिले पाइँदैन थियो। टाउकोमा बोकेरै ल्याउने हो कोकोहरू त। सुन्नु त म एक्लै छु, तर तैपनि म खुसी छु। अब भने जस्तो सबै चिज त सबैको हातमा त कहाँ हुन्छ र, भगवान्को हातमा पनि हुन्छ होइन।
श्रीमान बितिसकेपछि होइन महिलाहरूलाई समाजले हेर्ने दृष्टिकोणै फरक हुन्छ। एउटा कुरो होइन, आफ्नो जीवन, आफ्नो परिवार, आफ्नो व्यापार हरेक कुरा सँगसँगै लानु पर्यो नि त होइन। उहाँको जुन सङ्घर्ष, उहाँले गर्नुभएको कामहरू होइन, उहाँ सबै हेरेर चाहिँ हामी सबैले सिक्नुपर्छ।
माया भान्जी चाहिँ अहिलेको हिसाब किताबमा अझै अग्रसर हुने, व्यवसाय राम्रो फस्टाएर जाने लक्ष्य हामीले देखिरहेका छौँ। पतिहरूको चाहिँ अन्डरमा बसेर खाना मात्रै लुगा मात्रै धोएर बस्नुभन्दा आफैले व्यवसाय चलाएर राम्रो अगाडि बढेको हाम्रो लागि साह्रै राम्रो कुरा हो।
पुरुष र महिलामा केही फरक होइन। क्षमतावान महिला पनि अगाडि बढ्न सक्छन्, जस्तो हाम्रो नानीले गरिरहन्। र यिनलाई चाहिँ अझ उन्नति र प्रगतिको अगाडि बढाउने हाम्रो चाहना अनुरूप यिनले चाहिँ नि सबै बेकरी सम्बन्धी अनुभव छ र सामाजिक सेवा, अब मार्केटिङ यताउता सबै अनुभव भएको हुनाले आफ्नो लाइफको सपोर्ट र अनि हाम्रो इन्ट्रेस्टलाई चाहिँ नि जागरुक राख्नको लागि उनले राम्रो गरेछन्।
हालैमा लिएर आएको सक्षम तालिमले हामीलाई धेरै कुरा सिकायो। महिलाहरू धेरैजना भेट भइयो, हामी महिला पनि कम रहन्छौँ भन्ने पनि भयो, धेरै कुरामा अगाडि बढिसकेको रहेछौँ भन्ने भयो। हामीलाई बोल्न सिकायो, व्यापार कसरी गर्नुपर्छ, डिस्प्ले कसरी राख्नुपर्छ र मान्छेहरूलाई कसरी सामान कसरी बिकाउनुपर्छ भन्ने कुराहरू सिकाउनु भयो।
हाँस्नुपर्छ भनेर तपाईँले हामीलाई भन्नुभयो नि, ग्राहकसँग हामीले हाँसेर व्यवहार गर्नुपर्छ। मलाई त त्यही खुसी लाग्यो कि।
बिजनेस गर्नु गाह्रो त धेरै गाह्रो छ, तर गर्दै जाँदाखेरि आफूलाई सहज हुँदो रहेछ। मैले मिनिमम 10-15 हजार व्यापार गर्छु, पैसै कमाउँछु भनेर होइन रहेछ, खुसी हुनुपर्ने पनि रहेछ।
नकमाइ नखाएर मैले 50 रुपियाँ माग्दाखेरि चाहिँ त पैसा फल्छ र भन्नुभयो नि, बुढो म पैसा कमाउँछु नि त भनेर म त्यसरी निक्लेको मान्छे हो। मलाई आफ्नो लागि आफै गर्नुपर्छ, त्यो अरूसँग हात थाम्नु त खुसी नै हुँदैन।
आफ्नो हातमा सिप भएपछि अरूसँग डराउनु पनि पर्दैन। हामीले गर्न नसक्ने भन्ने केही पनि छैन कि। सुरुमा चाहिँ डर लाग्छ होइन, सपना देख्नलाई अलिक कठिनै हुन्छ। सपना देखेपछि चाहिँ पाइला चाल्नुपर्छ, कठिनाइहरू आउँछ। अब मन हो, मन चाहिँ बिस्तारै मेच्योर हुँदै जान्छ। जति नै बच्चा भए पनि सिकाउँछ कामले। आफ्नो बाबुआमालाई मेन कुरा खुसी बनाउनु पर्छ होइन, त्यही उहाँहरूको खुसीको लागि पनि मलाई अगाडि बढौँ जस्तो लाग्छ।
Very true. हिजोको कुरा हो यो अलि अगाडि जान्छु म त्योभन्दा अलि अगाडि जान चाहन्छु लगभग जब कार्यक्रमको कुरा आयो मलाई चारुले कल गर्नुभएको थियो अनि कुराकानी भएको थियो अनि कुरा आयो कि यस्तो यस्तो कार्यक्रम हुँदैछ तिमी अन बोर्ड भनेर लगभग 3-4 महिना अगाडिको कुरा हो यो अनि त्यो समयमा फोन आउँदाखेरि मैले हुन्छ स्योर वाइ नट अफ कोर्स भनेर भनेको थिएँ कतै कतैबाट हिजो म यहाँ कार्यक्रममा बिहान आउँदाखेरि सर्वप्रथममा आउँदा एकजना साथीले मलाई भन्नुभएको थियो आई बिलिभ दिदीले मलाई भन्नुभएको थियो तिमीले सिलवाल भनेर राखेको छौ मलाई बडो मन पर्यो भनेर उहाँले भन्नुभएको थियो होइन उहाँको नाम त मलाई थाहा छैन दिउँसो पनि अर्को एकजना आन्टी भन्छु म उहाँले पनि भन्नुभएको थियो आज बिहान आउँदाखेरि पनि हजुरले भन्नुभयो आई डोन्ट नो वेयर सी इज बट सी हेड मेन्सन्ड अघि न भर्खरै पनि केही समय अगाडि पनि तिम्रो बिचको नाम चाहिँ बडो अनौठो लाग्यो भनेर भन्नुभएको थियो होइन मलाई लागिरहेको थियो जब Charu, when you called me and when I got the text from Vichitra, I was thinking there's a story that I'd love to share. I'll speak in English now. There's a story that I'd love to share, and especially after watching this video that Sneha just showed. And I'd like to share a story towards the later part of today about my own mother. Last night I was talking to her, and I spent an abundant amount of time with her last night. And we were talking about so many different things, and I was sharing with her the experience that I had yesterday, and the amount of energy that I soaked in yesterday, and the learning that I got yesterday within the summit. And I was sharing a little bit about that with her, and we were talking about various other things as well. Whenever I need motivation, whenever I need confidence, whenever I need a boost in my life, whenever I believe that I might be, the path is a little bit shaky, I go home and I speak with my mom. So towards the later part of today, I'd love to share a story about my mother. So if you allow me to do that, then I'd love to do that towards the later part of today. So, but for now, I'd like to move on towards the first panel. And I'd like to share that we have 6 panels today. It's going to be climate change. The second panel is going to be digital transformation. We'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about change agents. That's going to be the third panel. We'll move on towards media and entertainment, regional cooperation, and then we'll head on towards policy and towards the closing of the second day of the Women's Leadership Summit 23. We'll head on towards that, towards the later part of today. Let's begin with the first panel. If you're ready, I'd like to go ahead and start off by inviting the moderator himself. I'd like to invite Suman Shakir, sir, if you would kindly join us on stage. He's an entrepreneur, consultant, and certified trainer, and he's also the founder of Tangent Waves, which provides business management consultancy services to startups and scale-ups. He's also an advisor, private sector engagement, USAID's Tayar Nepal. Thank you, sir. I'd like to invite our speakers. I'd like to start off by inviting Bhushan Tuladhar. Ms. Tuladhar is the Chief of Party for USAID Clean Air, led by FHI 360. I'd like to invite Prakriti Mainali, our second speaker. She's an entrepreneur and co-founder of Shakti Milan Samaj, a startup's an upcycled focused social enterprise. She also served as a founding board member in Social Entrepreneurship Development Fund under the Social Welfare Council, Ministry of Women, Children, and Senior Citizens. It's a pleasure. I'd like to invite Sanjeevani Yonzan. She's a seasoned and well-traveled environmentalist, biologist, and
Check. Good morning, everyone. We have an interesting panel up. and the name itself, climate change. Sometimes I wonder myself, what does climate change mean? This morning, Rinpoche also talked about the meaning of meditation. Sometimes I feel that we also need to know about what climate change is. Just to set the tone for the panel discussion today, what I'll be doing is to set the context for the panel discussion, and then I will move on to ask questions to the panelists. And then if we have time, we'll have a couple of questions from the audience as well. So that's what we do. And while I will be talking about the panelists, I'll also ask them to introduce themselves as we move along. Climate change as a word has been used, misused, and possibly abused in many senses. Anything happening in the world, be it your country, your province, your toll, or your family, you can blame it on climate change, whether knowingly or unknowingly. From the Ukraine war that has kept Europe at its edge and superpowers, so to be, to the increase in fuel prices in Nepal by 50% from when the war started, people say it is climate change. And maybe to the increase of 100% price in Momo for a plate, it is also climate change. 2 months ago, the street lights in our neighborhood ward went off, and the neighbor who was responsible for doing it, he said it is due to climate change. And I asked him why. He said that it was 2 months ago. The weather was very, very cold due to climate change. So the evening was spent a little longer than what was required to be. And then the after effects is that after he came on, he was actually trying to call his wife through a stone, and apparently that happened to be the street light that went off. But on a serious note, the 5 months of the period in Nepal where there was no rainfall, 5 months, that set in so many things in our place. Many said that it was because I was repainting my house. That's why the rainfall came recently. But more than that, it was because of that, the waters in the Nepali rivers receded, and that affected electricity production. And that also had cascading effect in the industries in Nepal having to bear load shedding after many, many, many years. So that was also there. And even the prolonged winter fog, that also affected industries in Nepal. So if we want to understand what climate change is, Oxford Dictionary defines climate change as a change in global or regional climate patterns, in particular, a change apparent from the mid to late 20th century onwards and attributed largely to the increased levels of atmospheric carbon dioxide produced by the use of fossil fuels. UN goes on to add that most of it now is due to the human activities that has been the main driver of climate change. And we have seen many disasters happening because of climate change as well. It has had a great impact to those sections of the population in all countries that are most reliant on natural resources for the livelihood, or who has the least capacity to respond to natural hazards such as droughts, landslides, floods, and hurricane. Women commonly face higher risks and greater burdens from the impact of climate change in situations of poverty, and the majority of the world's poor are women. Women's unequal participation in the decision-making process and labor markets compound inequalities and often prevent women from fully contributing to climate-related planning, policymaking, and implementation. On one hand, women tend to be most vulnerable to climate change disasters, but on the other, they play a crucial role in mitigating and adapting to climate change. What we are going to explore in this session is why it is so crucial to meaningfully engage the voices of women in dialogue and climate change and create more women climate leaders. So I think the audience would now get a sense as to which direction we are trying to go. And I'll move on to our panelists. And I would request them to first introduce themselves and the current work that they are doing and how your work is related to climate change. So the first one, I would request Sanjeevani to first go, and we'll take it forward. Over to you.
Hello, good morning. Thank you so much. I'm delighted to be here. So I am Sanjeevani Yonjan Shrestha, and people who know me automatically associate me with my work at WCN, Wildlife Conservation Nepal, because this year actually marks my 20th year in the organization, and the organization itself counts its 21st year this year. So all through these years, what we have tried to do at WCN is build a very open organization to people from all walks of life who want to contribute to conservation and join us in the fight to mitigate climate change, and be an authentic organization, not only working in subjects and themes that are very glamorous, but perhaps more painstaking and tedious work that we do, which will eventually shift the plate on which conservation stands on in Nepal, be it from our work in curbing illegal wildlife trade, from fighting it in the front lines, to now more developing skills, capacity, and innovation in curbing illegal wildlife trade, to our milestone-making work in environmental education. Also, we work with different platforms like creating space for promotion of nature and wildlife photography, to many things like conservation in the space of community forestry, empowering women to take charge of their forest and also build resilient, green economy-based enterprises. So these are the things that we've been doing, but of all the work that I have been involved in, I feel like environmental education has been most challenging and fulfilling as well. Challenging because not many people, not many organizations across the globe invest in education. But at WCN, we persevered to follow this because we feel like education is the surest way to turn around this fight with climate change. This is the investment that really needs to be done. And in the shortest span of time, you can see a lot of difference, but we need to have the intention to really, change this fight around. And I feel like, looking back at my own journey, I feel like if it was not a woman leader, I don't think even in WCN we would have invested so much time and resources in education, because financially, even in NGOs, financially, it does not make sense, and not a lot of people invest their time and resources in education. So I feel like we were able to do this because there was somebody who thought long-term commitment is necessary. And this is what we need in our fight with climate change, because the long-term benefits are often neglected, because it all depends on who's driving the bus. And in the world, we must admit, the bus has been driven for a long, long time by men. And spearheaded by big corporations and large politics, politics with, myopic view of like just focusing on what is profitable today. So this has really kind of like the bus of climate change is heading towards the cliff, because I feel it's because of this. We can talk about how and when and why, perhaps later in later sessions, but I feel education provides you the same playing level field, which was given to me by my family. And for a long time, I didn't even know there was gender insensitivity. And it was through my work that I realized so many girls and women are not even allowed to pursue their work, their passion. So just give us the same level field, playing level field, and we will turn this around in no time. Thank you.
Absolutely. Strong words there. Creating more women climate leaders. And she exemplifies one who has been working in the climate change sphere for a long period of time. Thank you, Sanjeevani, for your introduction and your words. I'll move on to Prakriti Mainali, who is an awardee of the National Youth Talent Award 2020, given by the government of Nepal. She is also awardee of the Priyadarshini Made a Difference 2020 by the Indian government, Federation of Indian Women Entrepreneurs, and she has been honored with Social Entrepreneurship Award in 2022. I love the work that you do in Shakti Milan, Nepal, upcycling. I would like to hear more from you for the audience as well, and to connect with climate change in your work. Prakriti.
Thank you so much for organizing this wonderful platform. My name is Prakriti, and currently I am engaging in Shakti Milan Nepal Private Limited. It's an upcycle focused company. Basically, we are producing bags made of waste material like rice sacks. So there is a climate concern also, circular economy and all these climate initiative things. And at the same time, empowering women economically has been always been our concern so far. So to talk about my individual level engagement in the climate, it all started with my encounter with a small fact that I'm nothing, I'm nobody, I'm such a small one human in 8 billion people. And I see that I just try to live my life in a little bit more sustainable way and making my decisions something that is not hampering the environment. So far, my individual decision, I'm trying to live a little more conscious and to understand the climate change in a macro perspective. I would say I've been pursuing masters in international relation and diplomacy, where I can relate is, as Sir already said about the Ukraine war, and in the distant land something is happening and we are really paying the price for all these things because this world is somehow economically integrated. But we also need to understand where we are. We have already missed our economic bus, the industrialization era, where Nepal could have reaped a lot of benefits. But we already missed that bus, and now we have become a tragedy of the common. And if you may not know what tragedy of common, it's like nakhako bis lagirasa hamlai. One thing that we all need to understand is what is our history and what is our geography. We are one Himalayan nations in the South Asia, and we don't need any definitions of being a Himalayan nations. We don't even need to claim that. We need a compensations. These developed countries, these industrialization countries, where we are greatly lacking is the environmental diplomacy, where we can claim that we not being the part of this havoc and the problems, but we are paying the price for this climate change. So this is really one of the big concerns. And as we're talking about global, the climate is not even the issues that women, gender, or regional level. It needs a global attention. So for any problems to be a global problems, it needs to touch the life of every living being on this planet. And it should be the questions of our human survival and the civilizations and the existence. So where we already are. So this has already been, sometimes I find it really contrary. Sometimes I'm here, sometimes I'm there, sometimes you are here. So we are just talking to each other by these people, for these people, within this territory, within these walls. And we are not really discussing about this urgent problem so far. We have not even started discussions. So I really think that we really need to do something from an individual level wherever we can, but for these global problems, state level intervention is needed, where we are greatly lacking. And here I would like to connect this state, because in our culture, state, country is our mother. It's a motherly figure, not a fatherly figure. And if we go little above this Mother Earth, we can see, and just if we close our eyes for like 5 seconds and try to understand what are we really doing? Are we really doing enough noise? Are we really, if त्यो नखाएको बिस लागेको भने, why are we not really yelling? Why are we not really shouting? If you cannot shout, how do you justify that? It really hurts you. So there is the green crediting facilities are there. These developed countries are ready to pay you money. But are we really knocking on the doors? If we do not knock on the doors, how will we be compensated? So this is, as being the student of the international relations and diplomacy, I greatly feel that this country, we have always been taught that this geopolitically, our situation is always a threat for this country. But this environment where we are, the Himalayan nation, we don't need any clarifications or any claim that we have been the victim and we need the compensations. But we are not really putting our voices together and not really screaming and not making a louder voice. Neither we are talking aloud, neither we are talking, nor we are reaching out to the lot of people. So there I see, I as a woman, you as a man, or see as a children, everybody has a role to play. And I think that it's the government level intervention that we need. And there's the medias that can play a lot of roles, because in terms of reaching out to a lot of peoples, at the same time making a lot louder voices. But we are greatly missing. So where is our civil society? And I'm thankful that we have organized this wonderful platform where we are talking about climate change. So I'm really glad that I may sound a little bit aggressive, but because it has really hurted me. It has really been such an important issue that we are not talking. So I'll be talking more in the coming session. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. As she said, her voice needs to be amplified, and what she feels strongly needs to be conveyed as well. I'll come to Busindai. I fondly call him Busindai. He's currently chief of party, USAID, Clean Air. But he has been in multiple sectors working for ADB, and first known him when he was in Info and UN Habitat. And he's been with the government also, the Kathmandu municipality, and also he was primarily also serving in various important committees, including Government of Nepal's Climate Change Council as well, headed by the Prime Minister. The list goes on and on. But what I like to focus this particular question on, and as we agreed that we'll go by the year, is that especially in WASH, when we talk about rising water scarcity, women need to travel farther to fetch water. And according to Nepal Labor Force Survey in 2017-18, 61% of women are involved in subsistence farming, whereas only 47% of the men are. Women also have limited access to timely weather forecast information, which affects the option for farming, and also lack independent source of income. Yo sabai kura hundakeri, maybe we can go into Nepali as well, or mix it with English, or there are few people in the audience who may not be able to understand Nepali. Your thoughts on this, Businde?
That's not fair. That's more than one question. First of all, about me, you've already said a lot, so I don't want to repeat anything. I'm Bhushan. I'm engineer by training. I work on garbage, wastewater, air pollution, anything dirty is my business, you can say that. And I work with government, NGO, and now I'm also in the board member of Saja trying to introduce electric buses and so on. But then this is not about me. It's not about me, it's not about you. It's about climate change, and I hope that's the last time I'm going to say climate change. Because this is not about climate change. Change is, as he defined, Oxford University said, what's happened in the 20th century or so on. Not anymore. It's a climate crisis. And this is not me who is saying it. It's a young woman by the name Greta Thunberg who has inspired millions of people around the globe by speaking up aggressively, as Prakriti had said. Saying that if your house is on fire, you better act as if your house is on fire. Not sit and argue as to who gets the master bedroom. And right now, that's what's happening. Just 2 weeks ago, IPCC, which is the global, intergovernmental panel on climate, change, scientists, 2,000 scientists have said that this is the final warning. We have 7 years to act before the window closes. We better start NOW with capital N, capital O, capital W. And I think that is something that unless people, mainly women, strong women, like the panel that I share with, comes out aggressively and gets this message across, and I think they have. Because often women are seen as victims of climate change, which they are. I agree, all right? If you look at disasters, for example, you talk about water disasters. Cyclones. In Bangladesh, 1991, when there was Cyclone Gorky happening, 90% of the fatalities were women. Now we can discuss why that is so. But bottom line, yes, they are affected. Just last week, on Friday, we got the new census data, which again says that more than half the households in this country have kitchens which still use firewood. Now, if you ask me, Bhushan, what is the most polluted place in this country? I'd say that kitchen. More than 50% of the household kitchens, which the air pollution level is so bad, you'll feel Kathmandu's air is clean in comparison. We've gone and measured it. It's 10, 20 times worse than Kathmandu's air. And who breathes that air? Unfortunately, in our societies, it's women. And their young children. And data shows that every year, 42,100 people die in this country because of air pollution. A lot of them, women, children, of course. The #1 killer in this country is COPD, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. Disease of the lungs, mainly, again, affected by pollution and smoking, of course. So yes, women are victims, but experience has also shown that women are stringent targets and plans for NDC plan, BOHOS, athwa net zero plan and BOHOS, etc. Prime Minister Dewa didn't write them. He, of course, read the script that was given. Well, who prepared that script? The head of the climate change division at that time at the Ministry of Forestry and Environment was Ms. Radha Wagle, Dr. Radha Wagle. She worked day in, day out to make that happen. Okay? And that's probably the most successful international negotiation team that she led at that time. At the grassroots level, who are working? Sanjeevani talked about community forest user groups. Well, who are the members of the community forest users groups? Majority of them are women. The FICO Fund, which is the federation, is often led by women. And yesterday in this hall, who won the award? Sonika Manadar, a young woman who is leading the green entrepreneurship wave in this country, who is driving Nepal to be electric by providing access to finance mainly for women. So I think, we have to sit and acknowledge that, A, and B, support that process, because women are drivers for change. I don't think I answered your question, but that's what I have to say for now. I'll come to your question later. Sorry, I got carried away.
With Bhushanda, you can expect that. Very strong words, backed up by evidence, and he himself is a strong proponent, and he actually does what he says, and I'm so glad to share the stage with you. Thank you, Bhushanda. We'll come back to the questions later as well. I'll move on to Sitaji, who is currently the co-founder and director of Impact at Pollinate Group. What I like about her work is something that she started in Nepal. She has taken it to India and replicated that model of how things can happen. I've known her since the time she was running Kalpavriksha, Greater Good, where she was encouraging women entrepreneurs, making them, training them, to sell solar lights as well. And from there on, maybe Sitaji, some more of what you do and to connect with the work that you're doing with climate change.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you so much for the organizer to inviting me in this forum and providing opportunity to share. I'm Sita Adhikari, founder of Kalpavriksha and co-founder of Pollinate Group, which is now we are jointly working together. Can you hear me? Yeah. So as of now, we empower 1,500 women as a change agent and who distribute clean energy and life-improving product to the mostly neglected community, which is hard-to-reach communities in Nepal and also in India. In 2018 onward, we have replicated our model in India as well as in Myanmar. From little technical issues, we could not extend much in Myanmar, but in India, we are rapidly increasing our businesses, and Nepal also mostly focuses in the far western region. So far, we have distributed almost 2 lakhs solar clean energy product, including life-improving product, reach 8 lakhs more than 8 lakhs people, and then save 1.549 million reduced total carbon emissions, tons of carbon emissions. So having said that, our model is to focus, not only distribute the product, also empower women and reduce the gender gap, which is very, very important, while reaching out to the people who are needed, the clean energy product, replacing kerosene and fossil fuel from the kitchen. So currently we are focusing in Nepal, focusing on distributing induction cookie stoves, where we have the opportunity of available electricity and all. So we are moving towards that, and then we are also distributing solar water pump in those communities who don't have the irrigation. So how we do this is unique. So we identify women from the rural community, or I would say slum or mostly neglected caste group and all. And then we provide them a bunch of business trainings as well as business mentorship. And then a lot of soft skills as well, so that they can start their own small micro enterprises while doing a lot of other responsibilities as well. So it's very important for the women to bring them up to the level that they understand their potentiality or start believing their potentialities and the opportunity around them. So our focus is uplifting them to in the stage that they know that, okay, I can do. Oh, I have the opportunity here. So I have like the responsibilities. I can do more for the nation, for the family, for myself. It's very important make them feel that or make them believe their capacity. So we work on that. And so our women, not like they don't have very big dream or, earn more money or whatever, but they just beg for their identity, beg for a small respect, and beg for their, what they are doing, just identify or recognize their contribution and in the household or in farming or whatever, like they are doing in their home. So they always share with me that what they want, and they don't want just the simply identity. They want their name, or they want their, recognitions or whatever, like a small money, even charge their mobile phone. A lot of women, their husband is in abroad working. I mean, it's terrible reality in Nepal. So I will talk later that. But our women in the community, can we believe sitting under the salty hotel that they don't have 100 rupees to charge their mobile and talk to their husband who work in India, in labor, or in abroad, in Dubai, Malaysia, Qatar, whatever. So our businesses is providing such a small but very, very valuable income for those women who can feel like, respect, or they start believing themselves, okay, I can earn, and also I can do for my family, or I have the capacity, I can scale up my knowledge and all. So this is how we work with the women, and obviously that's became a lot of satisfactory result, and we have the satisfactory result on that. Women report more than 80% women increase their decision-making power in their home. More than 80% women reported that their confidence level has increased. So women have more money to, cope their small household expenses, and then to send their kids to the schools. So there are so many other, interesting output and impact that we could see, and that's how my inspiration worked towards this. So I will stop here now. Yeah.
Thank you. Bhujantai talked about not just climate change, climate crisis. What was agreed on was the Earth agreed degree was 1.5 degree, and the proposed, if everybody does not get the act together in the next 7 years, that window that we have, the Earth is going to be warmer by 2.8 degree, and a lot of things can happen. And recent evidence shows that not just the mountains are warming faster than the global average, but rural women in Nepal are most vulnerable to changes brought by the climate crisis. I loved when we talked about this session, Sanjeevani, we talked about your upcoming work, and how you're working on the wildfire, how it is spreading havoc. We have seen that in the last couple of years in Nepal also, and especially food that we consume, plastic that is there in the food that we consume. I know you're doing something there, and maybe share about the project that that you have been working on so hard for the last couple of years. I'm sure that it will come to fruition. So over to you. Yes, circular economy. I wanted you to say that and maybe share with the audience about what you're doing.
Thank you so much. Yes, so I really agree with what Bhujantai said. Climate crisis, whatever, हामीले सम्बोधन गर्ने बेला आइसक्यो. So we must call it what it is. Climate crisis अहिले किन आएको भन्दाखेरि चाहिँ I'll start with a little bit with that. Climate crisis is here because if we look at our history, the human history is driven by linear economy, right? हाम्रो जुन हामी इकोनोमीमा हामी बेस्ड छौं, हरेक देशहरु, every country in the world is based on linear economy, and the linear economy is only encouraging us to take, make and waste. So everything is designed in a way that you have to throw it And then you have to buy it again. So the whole economy is a fraud. The GDP, the indicator which we mark our progress, is also, I think, is the worst indicator in the world, because it does not take in account of all the environmental damage and the societal damage it causes. It doesn't consider if you're cutting the last tree of a place and you still sell it as a timber, then you would consider it as a positive progress, or as an income, or as a profit, and you would consider it as a growth in GDP. So I am, for many years it has been really burning me that the GDP is still considered the mark of progress of any nation, and which I think is totally ridiculous, and this is a fake idea that we are pursuing, and this is what it is driving us to the cliff of this climate crisis. Now, if we are talking about sustainable development, it talks about 3 pillars. And the 3 pillars are environmental pillar, because that's what our entire livelihood is based on. Societal pillar, because we are human beings, and even the sustainable development is talking about human development. So that's there. The other one is economic pillar. The economic pillar is actually driving the world forward. So, like I said, big corporations, men in charge. So this is what we see. Today's agenda is today's profit. But the women, on the other hand, many studies have proven that when women look at things, when women look at economy, or when women make decisions, we think of the long term. Mostly women think of the long term, and the long term relies on these other 2 pillars, environmental and societal pillars. So I would feel like if only 6% of the total head of states are women, then you can imagine the decisions that these men are making. So collectively, we must consider women as an equal stakeholder, have her say in the table, and start creating opportunities that women can lead. And just by giving I might be repeating myself, just giving the education and giving the same playing level field will automatically, the women will turn into leaders. And we will start making a shift to the circular economy, because the circular economy requires us to consider all these 3 pillars. Now, what I just want to say is, like, when you look at women, if you look at women for nurturing, I think we look at men for protection. That's why we became such a fantastic example of evolution. We were hunters and gatherers. The hunting was done by the men, the gathering was done by the women. We make a superb team, we make a fantastic team, but now it is a one-sided team. So we must get more women players in the field, making these decisions, काँधमा काँध राखेर हाम्रो male counterpartsहरुसँग. This, at the moment, it is lopsided. So that's why we are facing, I feel, we are so focused on GDP, we're so focused on short-term gains, that we are driving our existence in the planet into this crisis mode. And talking about my work, I'm really excited about my work, because we are trying to introduce this concept of circular economy and circularity, what it means, not only in the schools, in colleges, in the government, in policy making, in different sectors of Nepal. It'll be very difficult, of course. This is talking about circularity, not talking about profit, not talking about growth, but talking about degrowth. Is sometimes degrowth better than growth? Because industrialization, it doesn't matter if we miss the industrialization phase. It matters if we do sustainable development. So considering if degrowth is also important or not, these will be introduced very soon. We are trying to make it happen very soon. And we really want to introduce this term circularity in Nepal at a very grassroots as well as at the policy level. This is very exciting for me. This is representing who I am. The other thing is climate change, or climate crisis le liera aeko. Ab April ma you will start hearing these news stories. I hope not, but last few years have been terrible, because we've had about 6,000 forest fires in Nepal in 3 months. In 1 month, it was 3,000 in April, which is coming now. So it's high time that we start working towards trying to fix this. trying to fix this at a local level, working with municipalities. Also, just like Hamro Nepalma cha kasto, the reason we avoided forest fires was because we tend to collect the forest from the forest byproducts from the forest, so that also reduces the chance. Now this has other implication. If we burn these things, then we create climate change. So this is like a tricky situation, but nevertheless we can work towards finding solutions, finding early system warnings, especially not having people smoke in the forest. You know, just as simple as men not being very careless with their smokes. I think women can also smoke, but nevertheless. So that is something that we are really working on. And the other thing that we really need to collectively think is about how our food is being polluted by the plastic wrappers, by the plastic containers that we put our food in, because this is something nobody is talking about, because big corporations are in it, because most of their products are also packaged in fruit. Most of the agriculture products are packaged in plastics, and plastics have two things. Microplastics, when they break down, it becomes microplastic. And when pellets, there's another material that you add to the plastic to make it like soft and malleable. So this also comes inside our food. Because nobody has done any studies, we just tend to ignore it. And this just adds to this climate crisis. And it also adds very badly to our negative impact to our health. So as like, at least the one takeaway all of us can do from like today, if you want to take away something from my side, I would say, please be aware of what kind of containers you are putting your food in, because the plastic really gets into your food, and now it's found in the mother's milk also. So strong voices there is needed. And I'm a very small, like she said, a very small voice. I need more of you to join me, and that would be the advocacy we need. Thank you.
Thank you. Very important points here, especially if plastic is found in mother's milk, and that is something that we just cannot wait for. It's not climate change, but crisis. And as individuals, as leaders in our own right, we need to do something about it, and we need more women leaders working on this. I'll move on to Prakriti now. I heard the word environmental diplomacy from what you said a little earlier, and maybe because you are also a student of international diplomacy. You also talked about how the world is integrated, and climate change or crisis is itself a global issue. What is your take on what should Nepal do, or Nepali leaders do, or women do to make sure that the voices are heard? And agi bhane jastै नखाएको बिस हामीलाई किन लाग्ने, हैन? So over to you, Prakriti.
Thank you so much for this question. Definitely नखाएको बिस लागिसकेपछि, बिख लागेपछि हामीलाई नकराएर बस्नु, नचिच्याउनु अनि आवाज नै ननिकाल्नु चाहिँ एकदमै ठुलो समस्या हो के, किनभने दुख्या छ भने त कराउनु पर्यो नि, त्यसपछि पो दुख्या छ भन्ने कुरा त अर्को मान्छेलाई थाहा हुन्छ. This is where हाम्रो डिप्लोमेसी is failed. एउटा individual लेभलमै पनि, state लेभलमै failure भएको छ. As coming back to your questions, what Nepal really needs to do is, I already said, as this is the global problems, and for any global problems, we need solutions in a global level, in a state level. So what is the role of our government? Have we heard our parliamentarians talking about these issues in the parliament? No. And what about our medias? And where is our civil society? We are already too lagging behind, and we are not even like talking. So there, I see, this is the government, I would say state. The state can play a very, very powerful role. And here I mention state, not the government, because the government and the opposition, they both have the role to play. So there is the medias, because media has a power to reach out to a lot of people with louder voices. And of course, individuals. And how is individual got sensitized? By the government policy and the medias. So definitely, you, every one of us can be a little bit conscious about the climate crisis, as he rightly mentioned, going on in this country, and how vulnerable is this country, being a Himalayan nation, our glaciers are melting. So there's a lot of, if you Google, we know where we are. But actually, this has always been taught that this is a kind of threat to this country, geopolitically where we are. But where I see here is this definitely, as C also correctly mentioned, that what we are really prioritizing is the economic benefit, these GDPs, and all these indicators that shows that, okay, we are this reach. But who is talking about the sustainability parameters? So we really need to develop this culture where we really understand, where we really value a person who is more sustainable than unsustainable. So this is, we can start from our own individual level. This is, I think, we are greatly missing in understanding the gravity of these problems. So I think this is all I want to say. And coming back to your concern about environmental diplomacy, this is such an important terms. Diplomacy is coming in the environment because Nepal needs to be compensated for not doing anything, not being an industrialized country, for being such a sustainable throughout our history. We are being the victim. So we need to knock on the doors because the developed economies, they are ready to compensate us in a green crediting or carbon crediting. There is the provision. But we are lagging behind in knocking the doors. So this is where I think the state levels, medias, and every concerned stakeholder, even non-state actors, they can play a significant role in bringing this important issue in the table. So thank you.
Thank you, Prakriti. I think we'll take this question forward to Bhusenji as well, that this voice needs to be amplified, whether it is from media or from the parliament itself. And Nepal's state policies related to climate adaptation do not acknowledge this disproportionate impact. Out of Nepal's 7 policies related to climate change, only 3 acknowledge gender issue, with only 1 of them suggesting adaptation measures specifically targeted at women. So based on this also, Bhusenji, because you have been an advisor at the government level also, and an advocate also, and also doing things on your own to show that, yes, these things can be done, your thoughts on how to take this forward?
Okay, so I don't think the climate crisis should be addressed just by the climate policy. Climate is, affected by what happens in the agriculture policy or the business policy or anything there. So therefore, in all spheres of life or development, this crisis needs to be addressed. And similarly, the gender issue has to be addressed in all policies, in all crises, in all so on. Now, you mentioned a little bit earlier, which I totally ignored, about this water. How do you address, what is the impact specifically on water? And I'll get to that and I'll get to your question. It's often said the climate crisis, the impacts of climate crisis is often felt through the medium of water, right? Whether that be, water-induced disasters, water scarcity, or so on. And often, it's the women who are made responsible to manage water, whether that be at the household level or at the community level or so on. If there's a drought and we need to go further to get water, it's often the women who suffer because of it. But then, earlier I said, there's a crisis. And I think in this room, a lot of people are from the business world. Entrepreneurs recognize crisis as an opportunity. Every time there's a crisis, there must be an opportunity to make some money. Must be an opportunity to provide some services. And I think we should look at it that way as well. There are opportunities within this crisis, and I know some people over here are already taking advantage of that opportunity, and I salute you for that. Okay, whether that be through promoting clean stoves, whether that be through Sonica promoting digital tokens for access to finance for green mobility, or so on. And I think we as a community need to do that. We need to think global act local. I know it sounds cliched, but that's what we need to do. And there's so many things that we can do. Whether that be through to address air pollution. And I work in the field of air pollution mainly because, as you said earlier, climate change is something that is very vague. A lot of people don't understand. And a lot of people feel that they can't do anything about it. Well, when you start talking about pollution, then that air pollution, or waste, that is something that does affect the change that's happening, the crisis that's upon us. But that's something that we feel that we could do something about it. We feel it when our eyes, when you breathe in Kathmandu, or when you breathe the forest fires come into Kathmandu in April, when the schools close because the pollution level is so high. We feel it, and there are solutions to this pollution as well. And a lot of times, in our case, luckily, the solutions are very beneficial for our women as well. When we go for clean cook stoves, clean kitchens, they benefit women. They benefit climate as well. When you go for clean electric public transport, the census that just came out on Friday again said that 3.1% of Nepali people own cars. And among that 3.1%, I'm sure most of them are male who are driving. So women, for their transport needs, often depend on public transport. So promoting public transport, walking, cycling, it will help gender equality. And for us, this is the opportunity we need to seize on. And as Prakriti said, if possible, take advantage of that and reach out to friendly countries for support if needed. And I think our policies should be designed accordingly. Right? Whether you talk about mitigation for climate change or adaptation to climate change impacts, yes, we need it. It's good for us. It's good for our environment. It's good for our economy. Electric mobility will save us billions in terms of petroleum costs. We know that. And of course, it's good for our society. So there's a lot going for us. We don't have to be too nervous just because we are facing a crisis. Every crisis is an opportunity, as I said. Let's go for it. The solution to the pollution is in front of us as well. Thanks.
Thank you, Bishindai. The applause at the end of what the panelists say also gives energy to the panelists. So please applaud as they move along. You talked about think global and act local, very cliche, as you said. But here we have somebody who's really looking at working at the grassroots level and replicating what she did in Nepal. And because there is a local knowledge that could be very useful in mitigating climate crisis or climate change, as we say. So what have you been doing more? And if you can tell us what can also be done. What we looked at was what you have done earlier on and what you're doing now. What can we do in the future to make sure that a lot of these things can happen from the local level and then maybe move it up to the policy and others as well?
Definitely. Can you hear me? Yes. So, yeah, think globally and act locally. I really like it. And just want to remind ourselves, climate change is not gender neutral. So climate change ले छानी छानी हान्छ त्यति सजिलो छैन जो एकदम पिछडिएको छ who are in the bottom of the pyramid, who are very depend on natural resources, forest, who have to go and collect firewood or collect water, whatever, they are the victims first. So, यो पनि एकदमै bias गर्छ यसले पनि हैन त्यही भएर we have to be very, very sensitive about it and prepare for it. It's very important, already late, to prepare for it. And हामीले यदि gender को रूपमा अथवा महिलालाई हेर्ने हो भने I would like to focus on women here. And just give some example how we could see locally the climate change issue and how we can do locally, like the small things. We don't, not necessarily everyone should think very big and vague. I don't think so. It should not be made so complex. Yeah, it can discuss in each household and each of us. And it's very simple. And we need to simplify it and try to simplify it. And everyone should know about what this means. So, just like how we are talking about women empowerment and women equality and all those things, it's not only for women, it's for everyone. Now, because of the climate change, it's even more urged to think about reducing the gender gap and empower more women to address the climate change issue. Otherwise, there will be a even more worse situation because women are in the bottom of the pyramid and they are managing food, they are managing water, they are managing energy. And if they are not aware how better we deal with the climate change issue, then all of us, we will affect, you know, the household, the children, society, country, globally. So, this is a very, very important issue that we need to talk, and every small farmers or the individual should act this way. So, if we talk about the agriculture, more than 70% women are agriculture labor in our country. And what happened in data-wise, 30 to 40% you know, productions are less, women less produce compared to the male farmers. Why? Because women don't have resource, women don't have skill to how, or like they don't have decision-making power and resources or technology. Then because of that, we produce less food. Less food means more hunger, yes? So it is very important to empower women and give them access and give them opportunity to scale up and produce more food. There's where we need to work. The same, other very, very important and women, where women are not given equal opportunities, reproductive health issue. So how this connect with the climate change? More population, more climate change issue. Yes, climate that affect. There could be a huge debate, but we are not looking at so seriously and connecting with climate change issue. It's not only the women issue. It should not talk by only, I mean, we should stop talking only, this is the women issue only. It is a global issue now. If we don't empower women, then the world have to, you know, pay the cost of it. So there is a lot of other things that we can talk about. Now, I would like to just focus here in Nepal, even more very, very important to empower women, because not only the traditional role that women are playing now, but almost all household decision making and managing money and managing business, because most of the male are going abroad and for the money or for other work. Now, if you go in hill area or in the village, there is very less population youth, and then only managing by female. You know, household are managing by female now. So it's very, very important and very, very urgent to look at the gender issue in each and every level and empower women so that we can address a lot of problem that we are facing currently.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Sita ji. I think we need more of Sita Adhikaris to be born in Nepal, or to make them and to create them. And I'm sure that the good work that you're doing will be replicated more and more as we move along. So we have some time for questions from the audience. if there are volunteers here who are here in the audience who would like to maybe ask a question or two. If I don't see any hands, we'll move on to the closing segment. Okay, there is one hand here, so an opportunity. I saw one individual. Yes, then I'll come here. Please state your name and the organization, if there is one, and the question to be directed to.
So my name is Azza. I don't have a particular organization that I'm affiliated with. My question is for all of the panel. Anyone can answer it. So one of you mentioned that there's only 7 years for us to act on this climate crisis, right? And I feel like the developed nations themselves are struggling to meet this short timeline because 7 years is not much time to make a global change. So my question is, if the panel believes that developing nation like Nepal, who is socially, economically, and even politically not as strong as the developed nations, if nations as such can meet this short time frame of 7 years to act on this crisis.
Wasn't you want to go very quickly?
Yes, I said that, so I'll answer that question. And the short answer to the question is yes. And the reason I say is 7 years is a long time if you want to make change. Of course, you're not going to change everything, right? Now I'll just give you a few examples. Number one, the last census, 62% of the people in Nepal had toilets. Within 10 years, or within 7 years, that went to 100%. Why? Because the whole nation got together and started an open defecation-free campaign. All right? Now that sounds trivial, but it's a social movement that triggered the countrywide movement of making toilets and so on. Similar campaign is required for Khula Disa Mukta. If you were to change, reach out to every household with electric cooking like what she's doing here, it can be done. If we were to convert the buses to electric, it can be done. What it needs is leadership. And I look forward to your leadership on this. Thanks.
Wonderful. One last question from this side. One only, and short one.
Yeah, hi. I'm Archana Bhatnagar from India, and I have a very relevant point to make over here. That, see, when we talk about climate change and we talk about emissions, we always talk mostly about emissions in the air and what is affecting. Are we addressing what is polluting the water bodies? What is going down the drains of all the hotels, all the hospitals, all the offices, homes? So my point is only one, that cleaning detergents, cleaning chemicals have a huge role to play in what goes down into the drain, into the water bodies, and the water bodies have that eutrophic effect where we have all aquatic life dying below the water levels. So yes, I raise this question because I do manufacture certified green cleaning chemicals, and I have been trying to make an awareness on a B2B level that we need to address the pollutants that go down the drains into the water bodies, and with years, this is the same water which is going to be siphoned up through the tube wells, through everything, and we will be drinking it. So where are we addressing that emission into the drains? That was my point.
Thank you for your question. I'll take one last question from here and then have the panelists answer them, and then we'll close the session.
Namaste. First of all, I would like to really say that I'm so pleased to see this panel and listen to you, because your presentations really linked from the grassroots to the national level. You know, what you were doing at the household level, community level, the programs, and of course the policy level. But I have a little query. Ultimately, we talked about policy in Nepal, right? And we do have policies, climate change policies, and the government do that work very diligently. And some of them, of course, do deal with gender, and not enough, I would say. But what none of you really raised is resources, budgeting, finance. Because ultimately what you need is money to do what you need to do at the local level, at the project level, community level, even at the national level. So I would like to really get some feel of how you're doing that, because when we look at budgeting in the country, we have limited resources, and then they get divided into all these ministries will, grab it from the finance ministry. And when it comes to women and what it goes to dealing with gender issues, we get the least. Thank you. And I didn't introduce myself. I'm Ava Darshan Shrestha, and I've worked for decades on gender as a gender consultant. Thank you.
Thank you for your question. Anybody from the panel would like to take it up? Okay, Sanjivani, you would like to take the first one? Okay. And just a quick one, please make it short, and maybe as you speak, one last word for the audience as well, all right? And then we'll have Sitaji and Prakriti also speak. Over to you, Bhushanji.
I agree. What you flush down the drain is important. What you put down the drain is important. I just mentioned earlier the Open Defecation Free campaign. Open Defecation Free campaign was basically to build toilets, not to treat what goes down the toilet. Now that has become an issue, and I think that's what we need to work on. And it's not just the toilet waste, but the chemicals that we put down the toilets. And businesses like this business, that uses a lot of soaps and detergent, I'm sure, should be putting that in mind. And I'm glad that the corporate world is now looking into this slowly but surely. I mean, if you look at what Sneha said earlier about Coca-Cola company investing with smart money in replenishing our groundwater, this is good movement, good, and also about recycling their bottles. I hope they use less bottles in the future, but yes, it's a good start. But there's a lot that needs to be done on that. On resources, there are resources that are not used efficiently. I'll just give you an example. Every time we buy petrol or diesel in this country, we pay 1 rupees 50 paisa tax called pollution tax. If you collect all that for the whole year, it becomes about 4 billion rupees, 3 to 4 billion rupees. Is it being spent for pollution control? No. Right? And I think that's where we need to do some lobbying on that. I'll just talk about the pollution part, not the gender part. I'll let the others do that.
It's just a small, from where I work, what we have done is like for water pollution, what we have done is like work on curriculum that reaches each and every school of the nation. That's like after 20 years, my work in environmental education has now reached all 35,601 schools in Nepal through a specific program called the Green School Program, which also talks about green community and green homes. And this program is now anchored into a local curriculum. So this local curriculum is a 100-mark curriculum in which children can learn about their local environment with global outlook, like what he was saying, think globally, act locally. So this has been incorporated in the local curriculum, and in which we talk extensively and intensely on water pollution, on local pollution, and things like that. And they can now connect it directly with their municipalities. So this enables each household which has children to take what they've learned in school and connect it with their environment and connect it with their wards and even municipalities. So the local government, after post-2015, the federal system, once we've transitioned into the federal system, this education policy that we've worked on really has helped take this environmental agenda forward and take it in a way that it connects to their communities and their local government. The same thing applies with the policies that you're talking about. Policies are now largely policies can be made by municipalities, and this is where the cross-cutting policies that we are now working on, energy policy, every policy that WCN, at least we are a very small organization, but nevertheless, the municipality level policies that we are working on, including the circular economy program that we are working on, ties it with finance, ties it with asking money from the local or the provincial level, if not from federal, because federal is lots of finances, lots of grants, lots of funds are available, but how to access them is another, like you said, like another challenge. So nevertheless, our work at the municipality and at province level has been about accessing those funds. If not, then we are advocating for the funds to be created so that it can operate on its own. So the local curriculum that I'm talking about now has, like money is provided by the municipality. Like 12 years ago when I started it, we had to generate our own funds. But now with the federal system, things are looking up and we just need more vanguards and more watchdogs. Thank you, like us.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think the organizers are saying time is up. We can do the networking a little later. Thank you, everyone. Let's give the panelists a big round of applause. As we move forward, climate change, climate crisis, the mitigation starts at home, starts from yourself. And the first thing that you can do is, as Bhushanji said, it starts with water. Wherever you go, wherever you drink water, when you take water, take as much as you can and don't waste it, gulp it down. Thank you very much. Thank you for everyone.
Thank you so much. I'd like to invite a member of WLS, Asha Rana Adhikari, to kindly present a memento to our panelist and our moderator. And I'd also like to add, there's so much to talk about. I'd love to invite all of you to the podcast so that we have abundant amount of time there. Thank you so much. There's so much to talk about. So we'll carry that forward. It is a pleasure to have a moderator, Suman Shakya, as well as our panelists, Sanjeevani Yonzan, Sita Adhikari, Bhushan Tuladar, and Prakriti Moinali. Thank you so much. The panel for climate change, creating more women climate leaders. Thanks, man. They say that there's only one enemy, and the enemy is called time. It always runs out. So we're kind of running out on time today as well. So without further ado, I would like to move on towards our next panel. It is digital tools to bring women to the forefront of the digital transformation. It's a pleasure to have with us Dr. Amrita Sharma. Please put your hands together for her. As a panelist, she is progressive professional with 20 years of experience in development sectors. It's a pleasure to have her with us, Dr. Amrita Sharma. I'd like to go ahead and invite up on the stage for this panel, Karvika Thapa. She's an entrepreneur and tech leader, and she started her journey with a master's degree and career in tech. She has international experience in various sectors like education, healthcare, retail, as well as she's the CEO of Kimbu Tech. We'd like to go ahead and invite up on stage Rumi Singh, the co-founder of Rumsan Group. Rumi also launched Hamro Life Bank, a data-informed approach to cut out the stress involved in finding and managing blood for patients, and also Katha for Nepal. We'll talk more about that on the panel. And we'd like to go ahead and invite Sonika Manandar, the founder of Alloy Technology. Sonika is a computer engineer turned impact entrepreneur. She has used a decade of engineering experience to tokenize and bridge the financial gap for women micro-entrepreneurs in the green energy and agriculture sector, as well as I'd also like to mention she's the awardee of CNI WLF Inspiring Woman of the Year. It's a pleasure to have you with us, ma'am. and our moderator for this session. I'd like to invite Amun Thapa. He's the founder of sostodeal.com, the most popular e-commerce sites we have, a very good friend of mine. Amun, it's a pleasure. Off to you.
Thanks, Sanjay. Thank you all the panelists. We'd like to start right away, keeping check of time. So we'll start with Karvika. So the session today, we're focusing on digital gender gap. Since most of you here represent the digital ecosystem. Karvika, starting with you, currently the gender distribution in the tech sector among engineers is 87% is men and 13% is women. 87% is men and 13 women. And you own and manage your own college. So what do you think like institutions like TU, KU, and your own college do to bridge this gap?
So first of all, the issue is not just Nepal, right? So this is a global issue and international, and having seen it in US and having seen it here in Nepal, they have acknowledged the problem and acted right away, and we've started to see the results, right, you know, in the last 10 years, and still working on it very aggressively. So they're actually ahead of, you know, us, and we here in Nepal, we're still trying to recognize that problem, and we are trying to act on it, but we've not been as good as supposed to be, right? So, and again, the problem with getting the, starts really early on. That we all know that by grade 6 or 7, if you have girls, they will start to go away from the STEM, right? So that's the problem globally. And imagine being in Nepal, that problem is going to be a little more deeper, a little more unaccessible, and a little more unattainable, right? So with US, that they've acted, so how are we going to tackle here in Nepal? So when they go to grade 7 and 6, 7, they've already seen that tech is not something that I want to accomplish. The problem has to go really further down in the ecosystem or in the flow, right? So what is happening is the pipeline starts to get smaller and smaller. By grade 6 and 7, we've lost 50% of the pipeline. By the time they're in high school, we've already lost maybe 70, 80%. By the time they join the engineering college, that's where we are coming to 15%, right? And imagine these 15% graduating and coming to work for us or coming to work for people, then it's very less. Then that's the problem that we all are facing. There is less tech people, especially less tech women in the sector. And we all are seeing, and we also know that if we have a diverse team, the research says that our 25% of the productivity increases, right? So if we have a diverse team. We don't have a diverse team because we can't recruit women. We can't recruit them into our team. So that side of story, that side of perspective is, we're losing that as we move forward. So the issue is getting deeper. It has to start really fast. So coming back to like where I am and what I am doing in terms of recently acquired a college and being part of it. And the reason behind this is education, and especially in the higher education, plays a big role in the tech sector. A lot of people try to pursue tech education, but when they don't see role models, when they don't see mentors, when they don't see a society embracing them, we're losing them again. We're losing them, and they are trying to pursue careers in other sector, right? So as a college student, trying to get them into the tech sector, we do company collaboration. So a lot of my girls employees, a lot of my girls students, they come and work for me early on, whether it's a BPO, whether it's a development. So what happens is like when they start working early on, when they're 18, 19, that's where they see that I can still foster, I can still make a good income, there's opportunities, there's leaders that believe in me, there are leaders that believe in my vision, and I can still be a woman leader. A leader still being I would still want them to be called leader, but as they're going through the journey, I do want to call them out as a women leader, that they are pushing all the ceilings, right?
Right.
So.
Thanks, Karvika. So Karvika, like as a tech entrepreneur yourself, if you could create a tech product that would bridge the gender gap, what would the product look like? And don't worry about patents. No one's going to copy you today.
So one of the thing is what tech products have done to the women, right? So especially with the basic products, like, banking products, Foodmandu, Uber, our Patao, what that has given to our generation, to our girls. I'm trying to focus my conversation towards girls. It has given us freedom. It has given the girls the freedom to go to a job interview. They can call Patao, which was such a nightmare before. It has given them that there's a food in the door if they want to. It has given them a banking power, which their dad or probably mom used to do. Now they can do their financial transaction with their phone, right? So it has given us, but we're still behind. That's just basic survival, right? The next level, which the Western world has already adapted, are where is the training apps where they can get their education as fast as they can. Where is the support? Where is the finding a mentor? So I myself is trying to, I have a pilot project that is being launched, and it's a platform where you can find investors. It's a platform where each one of you can find a company that you can believe in, you can invest in. So that's the kind of vision that I see, where the investors, the entrepreneurs, they can find an investor in not a formal environment where they come and have to pitch. They're out there, they're proving there, and the investors can come in or see them or research them in a comfort zone rather than coming and showcasing them, right? So things like that is definitely happening. We have a long way to go there, but at least we've started, and I think the journey will be wonderful in the coming days.
Wow. Thanks, Karvika. It's a really important platform, and all the best to you. I'll move on to Rumi Singh. So with your work at Hamra Life Bank and Rahat, you've worked in supporting communities, especially the marginalized and female-headed households. Have you come across any data sets that what Karvika has been saying to validate that there's a gap in gender, especially when it comes to tech?
I could probably speak more on, let me take the example of Rahat for today. So Rahat is an open source blockchain platform that's focused on supporting marginalized communities get access to aid easily. And I could probably share an example recently where, because again, Rahat is focused on, it uses mobile tokens, and women who have access to mobile phones can access cash distribution or aid that's coming in for aid agencies during natural disasters or humanitarian crisis. And I was actually at one of these vulnerable areas recently, and what I had noticed was, the access to something like a digital phone is also very, very rare, as in these particular vulnerable populations and marginalized communities don't have access to phones either. And when you look at the numbers, and in South Asia, women are 26% less likely to own mobile phones than men. And the numbers that we saw for this particular area that I was working at was, we had 85% of the households had phones, because I know mobile penetration in Nepal is actually really high. But these households with phones were basically owned by the men. So women had lesser access to mobile phones, and which means they have lesser access to financial independence. And in addition to access, so I actually talked to 2 women who had come in, and they had a small feature phone. It's not even a smartphone, and again, we are working on tech products, like I know Sonika, and we're all trying to work on products that could be inclusive and reach out to these women or these households. And so it is very difficult. I think the barrier gets much higher because of access. And in addition to access, there's also the digital literacy part. And I personally feel that digital literacy is much, much more important than financial literacy because, the pathway with digital literacy can get you the independence, get you the financial independence, and open the doors towards financial literacy. So, you know, the part of awareness or learning how a phone, your mobile phone can open doors to financial access. I don't know, could be investment that Karvika talked about, could be, you know, access to understanding different tools. But even in a very, because I'm working with the marginalized population, that becomes such a higher bar. And so being able to get them to understand how a phone could help them you know, get more finances or have more control over their finances was very interesting for me. And that conversation was very interesting for me because just the 30 minutes I spent talking to them about, okay, your phone tells you you've got 10,000 tokens and you can go to a certain place to access that, gives them the confidence or gives them the responsibility or the access to be able to get that money and ask for it. So it's kind of, I feel, it's a combination of access and the awareness, and it has to be hand in hand.
Right. Really interesting work there, especially working with rural communities when it comes to tech. I know it's the hardest thing in the world to do. A follow-on question, Rumi, a slightly different one. Microsoft has ChatGPT, is the talk of the town, talk of the world right now. Google has Bard, sounds more like beard, women might say. In the world of AI, not as a consumer, but as a developer, as a software developer, as most engineers, like we said earlier on, are also men. So do you think AI is also biased when it comes to gender?
I feel like that's a very obvious question and an obvious answer is an absolutely, you know. AI is a mirror of who we are. I think it's a reflection of what our society is. So what we're going to feed in, it's going to feed out. And actually, it's going to rectify it more because now we're really based on, you know, focusing on the algorithms of it. So, you know, AI is the data sets. It's all about machine learning. And who's feeding in all of the initial data sets? It's humans. So if we are biased, the machine's going to learn it. And all of our personal biases are going to get reflected, including gender bias. So if most of the people who are developing it or making decisions are men, that's what it's going to reflect. And I just wanted to share two examples that I thought was really, really, really interesting. One was a very straightforward example of Google Translate. And I feel like most of you may have already heard about it. But so in language that's very gender neutral, right? Even grammatically gender neutral, like something like Farsi. Like for Nepali, we say, you know, if it's a woman, we say, waha aunu bha chin or something. So we have the grammar thing. But for a language like Farsi, it's very gender neutral. But when you put it in Google Translate and you say that this person is the president and this person is cooking, Google Translate translates it into English as he is the president and she is cooking. So you can clearly see that the data we are feeding in gets picked up and it really gets rectified. And it may seem like a very small problem when you look at it, but it gets scaled really, like it could really be harmful to women. And the other example, and I would really ask you guys to look it up, is a recent article in Guardian, I think it was in Feb, and it talked about how the images that, you know, AI is processing is really harming women. And there was this example where, you know, the journalist had, you know, took pictures of him with a bare chest and wearing pants, and then the AI algorithm said that, oh, it's, you know, the raciness of the picture is less than 22%. And what he did was he took a bra and he put it on, and the raciness scored to 97%. And so just the aspect of a bra, which is like a very basic item clothing of women, has been portrayed in images as, you know, it's very, very racy. Now you would say, how would that affect, how could it really affect, you know, businesses and stuff? So, you know, it could be like pregnant. Bellies are now being put in as, you know, very racy. So in social media platforms, there are logics and algorithm where they, I think it's called like shadow banning, where they would not, social media platforms would limit your posts. So some posts might get like, you know, 800 views, and some posts might get 6 views based on how the images are portrayed and how the algorithms are taking it. Now imagine you are, you know, a women-centric company, and you are focusing on like pregnant women, you are putting images of pregnant women, and you are maybe in the fitness area, and you have like, you know, women working out, and that is in the social media aspect, your post and everything would get really buried. That means you would really harm your business aspect. So even as like, you know, women looking at focusing on women products could get really hampered by how these AI algorithms are being taken. And I'll just add it back to what Karvika had said, that that's why we need more women in tech. We would need more women developers, not just developers, women making these decisions. And so there's diversity and inclusion, not just in like when we talk about workplace that we need more women, even in like how the data sets are labeled, how it's done. We need more women, more people from the marginalized communities, or people more diverse to be making these decisions. Thank you.
Rightly said, Rumi. I think some of the AI should be put behind bars for the racist comments. Maybe we'll see that someday. So I'll move on to Sonika. Sonika. And congratulations on the award you've received yesterday.
Thank you.
I went through your profile, and all of your profile, like it's filled with all kinds of awards, and I'll come back to that. So your tech platform, Aloi, is that how it's pronounced, right? Aloi, has been used by women suffer tempo drivers to start their businesses. I'm really interested, in the crowd here would be really interested to find out more about this initiative with women suffer tempo drivers, and how you're working with more entrepreneurs from the rural community, and how they can take advantage of platforms like yours.
Thank you very much for the question. And to answer that question, I think I really need to talk about how I came about, you know, working with the Safa tempo driver, or specifically the public transportation sector in Nepal, right? So I am a daughter of a micro-entrepreneur who used to be a tempo driver. So my dad was a tempo driver. He used to own a tempo. But before that, he also started another business, garment business, which failed. So I also would like to call myself a daughter of a failed entrepreneur, and then the successful transport entrepreneur. So from the very beginning as a kid, what I've seen in my family was everything, I would like to say this in Nepali, सबै कुरा पैसामै आएर सुरु हुन्छ, पैसामै आएर सकिन्छ, हैन? And to translate that in English, everything starts with money and then everything ends with money. That's what I saw, right? In the garment industry, my father failed because he didn't have access to finance. And then he succeeded in the transport industry because he had access to the subsidized loan to buy this tempo, right? So from early on, I saw that, and I really wanted to do something about it. And then when I grew up as I'm trained as a computer engineer, and I really wanted to do something about my skills and to make impact in the society, right? And as a kid, I also remember seeing this very new concept of women driving this green color Safa tempo, which was environmentally friendly and also driven and owned by women, right? 700 jana women came together to start this industry, and as you probably still seeing them driving it. But whenever I talk with the women drivers, so agariko seatma bastakeri chai I always talk with these women drivers, and when I talk with them, they started talking about the problems. Like, this tempo for me is a burden now. Dhangro, Nepali, it's more relatable in Nepali, so I'm talking in Nepali, but they used to call it a dhangro, which is basically a burden for them, because now she cannot get rid of it, because if she just park it in the garage, it rusts, and then the only asset that she had earned all her life would be gone. And then if she drives it, there's no access to proper battery, because the good kind of battery costs more, and the bad quality battery just goes bad in 6 months, and it costs like 450,000 every time, 6 months. And then you get loan, and then again pay 450,000, and then it goes bad. So that was the vicious cycle that I saw in this industry, in this beautiful industry that started when I was 5 years old, right? And today I'm 33 years old, 6 times, grew 6 times, but this industry is still 700 or even less. Only 500 of Safa Temple runs in Kathmandu now. And I really wanted to understand why this was happening. And more, I talked with these women, and the main problem that I saw was access to finance, right? So when I talked, why are you not getting this finance? You are in this beautiful industry. Nepal still boasts about being the pioneer of this electric, fleet of running this electric transportation in all the international conferences, Amunji. Still we boast about it, but then why are we not doing anything to scale it? Okay? So that was the main problem that I wanted to solve. And I asked Safa Temple Chalaune Didiharu, why are you not receiving the finance that you actually deserve? उहाँहरूले के भन्नुभयो भन्दाखेरि पत्याउँदैन 4 लाखको लागि ओके मैले सहकारीबाट लोन लिन सक्छु तर 10 लाख चाहियो भने मलाई पत्याउने कुनै टुल नै छैन भन्छ के भनेर चाहिँ मैले थाहा पाएँ हैन. So what they used to say was, how do I really grow trust with this formal financial institution? I've been earning 1 lakh rupees per month, just as any high-tech person or something like that, right? So she is earning fine, but then there's no data trail to prove it. So what is my income history? Bank lai thaha chaina, loan chahiyo, collateral ल्याऊ, collateral छ, husband लाई सोध्नु पर्छ हैन राख्नलाई. So that's the vicious cycle, okay? So access to finance the भन्ने, and we try to build these financial solutions, but then are we putting this gender, women gender, at the center of our design or not, right? Because here today we are talking about tools to bridge that gender gap. But then what we are forgetting is how to really include women in the design process so they will be able to use whatever we are designing, okay? I know, so that's why Alloy came about. It's a fintech company, and we help grow trust between these women micro-entrepreneurs and the formal financial institutions using the digital tools, like phone, as Rumiji rightly said, right? So we really understand the gender-related issues and how to really make the financial solutions inclusive so that women can easily use it. And his opening keynote, it was discussed that there are a lot of women-related subsidies available, but only 2% or something like that was accessed. Why? It's time to think why. If it is not working, why it's not working, right? We need to really design the solution so that women can use it. And one of the way we try to make our system inclusive was also, we do say, the SIM card population of Nepal is double the population of Nepal, right? But then probably the women are not very comfortable using the smartphones. When I'm working in the field, women are say, usually the micro-entrepreneurs, they are like, app I cannot use this app. I have smartphone, but I cannot use this app. Either they have the smallest phone or the big phone, but then they are not comfortable using this sophisticated technology. So who are we building this sophisticated technology for, right? So that's why we decided to downgrade our technology and just use SMS. So the only way the only thing that they have to use to be in our system is SMS. I know there's also the digital literacy kind of bridging the gap thing in there, but then that's more easier to build because now they understand that with SMS, okay, ma garna sakchu bhanne jasto chai huncha jasto लाग्छ. I think I'm running out of my time.
It's a really interesting problem that you're trying to solve for, and rightly said, just 2% access among all the subsidies that the government boasts, and there's very little effort that the government is putting on, and companies like yours should succeed in order for these women entrepreneurs to succeed. So hats off to you for what you're doing with Alloy. Another question, slightly, and I'm playing a devil's advocate here with technology. So with the rise of digital technology also comes problem of increase in online harassment towards women. Cyberbullying is a big problem here in Nepal. Revenge porn and so on and so forth, which are problems that are not discussed in the society but are genuine and big problems. So what can the government or concerned officials or even private companies do about this?
We really need to discuss about it. That's how I think the solution can come in front, right? So when there was no digital tool, these things was happening. It's just a different way of sexual harassment right now, right? So online bullying, revenge porn, as you said. यो भइ नै राखेको कुराहरू हो के पहिला पनि डिजिटल टुल नआउने बेलामा पनि भइराखेको कुरा हो because of the digital tool now we know that this is happening. You know, the kind of collective resistance जुन आइराखेको छ वर्ल्ड वाइडबाट के सो नेपालमा भएको कुनै सेक्सुअल हरासमेन्ट युरोपमा भएको मान्छेले पहिला थाहा पाउँदैन थियो हैन or वेस्टर्न साइडमा भएको कुरा नेपालले थाहा पाउँदैन थियो अहिले because of the digital tool we know that this is happening, so it's not just me, हैन सो मलाई मात्र भइरहेको छ भन्ने कुरा चाहिँ अहिले यो कुरा चाहिँ रङ भइसकेको छ सो हाउ डु वी रियली अहिले जुन technology as weapon use भइरहेको छ जुन तपाईले भन्नुभयो त्यसलाई how do we turn it to make it technology as shield के हैन and why do we only put the burden of solving this problem only to the gender who is actually is the victim. So we really need to talk about it, and not just government. I don't believe in just waiting for government to do something. You have to do it, right? You have to do something, and it's not just you that's happening because even Agi Bhakkरै panel ma pani we talked about climate activist Greta Thunberg. Even she has gotten all kinds of threat in sexual harassment, online sexual harassment, right? And we know about it because some online paper, decided to hold this adult who was doing this harassment public. That's how we know about it. So we really need to start talking about it, discussing more about it, and then I would like to call like ABC to solve this problem. So A is basically aware people that they can talk about it, right? To create that kind of open space so that I can talk about it if something happens to me and everybody can talk about it. And B is bullying, but not bullying, right? So not bullying the survivor or the victims of sexual harassment. I think whenever I decide to talk about if any harassment happened to me, I always think about what kind of online bullying will happen to me. Because there's a divide of people, how they perceive this problem. So we really need to stop that and be mindful about how we portray ourselves online and how we bully or not bully the person. And C is, I think, collective resistance. And that's only possible because of the digital tool. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to gather all kinds of collective resource support by all gender. I'm not saying women should only support women and men should only support men, right? So all kinds of genders should come together and collectively resist this online harassment and sexual harassment, and also offline. Let's not just talk about the online ones. Yeah, thank you.
Rightly said. ABC will remember that. Moving on to Dr. Amrita Sharma. With the rise of digital technology again, we can see that there's also a rise of women joining businesses, which is a really good thing to happen. So now that women can operate simply from their homes, we can see, especially in e-commerce and tech, there are a lot of women entrepreneurs starting their businesses simply online, right? One might say this is a really good thing, but if you look at from another perspective, are we not encouraging, are we, like as tech entrepreneurs, not encouraging women to stay inside their houses even more? Like, are we locking them up in a way?
Thank you, Amun, for this really interesting question. I hope this is not AI-generated question. I see this as an opportunity to break era-long issues of patriarchism and then the consequences of intersectionality and our mindset. Economic empowerment, of course, will bring access as well as control over what women do and the things women do. I think we all are here and most of us has witnessed it when there is economic empowerment that will really change the way we do. And in the context of future of work, now we are already talking about like GPT-4. So looking at the future of work where human and technology are and will be in coexistence, I see this as positively. Researchers also saw that, many researchers actually saw that there is a positive correlation between the digital transformation index, economic development and labor productivity. So, however, in the context of reverse impact, what your question poses, considering our traditional mindset of work domain and the family life domain, basically your question shows three distinct aspects. First, increase access to technology, mainstream economic empowerment, which I think we all in this room agree on this. And we can say at least it has democratized in the basic domain. Let's see from that perspective as well. Second, I take this as an indicator of open opportunity. We always talk about, when we talk about the big companies, we talk about how it evolved from the garage. So from the garage to the global frame, I think even the access can be taken as a bootstrap. It has already created the level playing field for all of us. And then, of course, from none, where our 18 hours of hard work was never recognized, now at least we are talking about the economic empowerment, even from home. So, hence I see this as a silver lining on bringing them out even virtually to start with. And it is already one level up from where we discuss and where we always, I think, for this decades of feminist movement has also contributed to this. Already we have to acknowledge that too. From the third point, I think locking up. So locking up is, I don't know the word, but locking up as a cultural hegemony. And then our societal prevalence, like how we are brought up and our mindset. And then going deeper and looking it from the different domain, let's say like locking up from the perspective of a user versus producer, like developers and then tech individuals, and locking up from the global, urban, and rural perspective. Again, locking up from the perspective of women in abundance. Yesterday, I think we discussed about the outlier we are here in this room, versus women with a limited and like women who are in poor and ultra-poor situation. I think locking up is different for different contexts, but I believe in whoever it is, still, I think in a few panels yesterday we discussed about that, like still kids and kitchen are for women. And now even the digital era, we talk about sano online kam, as side gig work for women. So, but I believe in the long run, this will support in mainstreaming the women enterprises more and support on breaking through and proliferating the existence of women by themselves and the society. In summary to your question, this will definitely break the underrepresentation of women in tech, which Karbika has been working very hard to bring girls in the technology. And then when women are out, even in the virtual domain, a lot will happen naturally. And then with some intervention, which we, if we follow in the right course, I think it will go on the right course rather ham. Thank you, Amun.
Rightly said, Amritaji. And this is not an AI-generated question. Somebody asked me some time back, he said like, because of e-commerce, now women are not going to come out in the society. They're going to stay with their children at home. You're locking them up. That's exactly what he... So that's why I wanted to hear from your perspective. So we're coming to the end, and we have a question to the large audience, but right before that, if you can quickly answer. We have all kinds of events, and I mean, the organizers here also have put in great effort to come up with, Women Leadership Summit and all. How can we make sure, Amritaji, that these kind of discussion doesn't just happen in platforms like these, that they're sustained throughout the year?
Thank you again, Moon. I know like conversations and then, like talks, seminars are important. I think as like sisterhood also, we enjoy, we share our learnings with each other. These are the platforms which are very important. But to your question, I might provide you a long list of recommendations, I think, which I think this forum would not like to hear now from the, digital infrastructure. And then yes, of course, we talk about the STEM from early school. And then device ownership, women doesn't have smart, and like 75% our census show that we have access to the devices, but I know that how much percentage of women own that, so too. So in the situation where, devices ownership among rural women are still impediment, and then luxury item. Internet is still luxury for the women we work with. Quality internet and mobile data, I think, is a problem for us as well. It's a dream, but doing even from the enterprise's perspective, doing business still require extensive paperwork. Physical presence are important. However, I see a major component for sustaining and addressing it in, again, 3 points. I think strategic and genuine engagement of stakeholders are important. Yes, let's not just put in the paper and one step further in implementation. Let's have the genuine effort. I think that's what is missing. And second, scaling and appreciating and acknowledging the existing good practices like Alloy, for example, and then Tech for Mom by Safer one, and so this is supermarket, TIG application among few. I think they're really doing great. Why not we bring that to our system? How our policies can really support them on scaling. I think there are many good practices which are initiated by even women in the context of Nepal. Let's try to scale it, at least let's focus on that too. And third is, of course, policy when we talk about its ownership and implementation, how can our policy address the enrollment of female student intake from approximately 14% to the global at least 29%? How can this underrepresentation of women intake can be addressed? I think so that we don't celebrate some days an event only, but we celebrate the actions and impact every day.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you. All the panelists here have broken glass ceilings and have become inspiring examples. Hats off to you. Karvika, you were awarded Women Manager of the Year by MAN, Management Association, of course. Rumi, your startup, Rumsen, is a UNICEF Innovation Fund portfolio company. That's a really, really big thing for a Nepali company to have. Sonika, you've been named Young Champion of the Earth by the United Nations Environment. Dr. Amrita Sharma, you're a graduate from Cornell and you've done your PhD from KU. You've all done inspiring things in today's society. So for our young audience here, how can they become or even exceed something like what you've done and what you've achieved? How can they follow your footsteps? If you can just answer quickly in just a few lines. We'll start from Sonika. I know you're very eager to answer, but we'll start from you. Just a few lines and we'll wrap
just a few lines. I think in few lines, I'd like to say this to everyone listening here and online, that let fear of not trying scare you more than fear of failure. Because, if I wouldn't be here if I was scared of, trying things, right? So 5 years ago when I started Alloy, people thought I was crazy when I talked about, oh, I'm going to bring all the climate investment to, Nepal's grassroots. They would be like, are you insane? But 5 years down the line, it's happening. If you believe in yourself, you will gather all the believers for whatever you're doing. Thank you.
I think what resonated me in this panel was some few words, like she said collective resistance. I took the word collective. We're talking about sisterhood. We're talking about building a network. So the power of the pack is very, very, very important. And the more we build that network, that would really, really help you. So I think taking new risks, as Sonika just said, looking out for new opportunities, lifelong learning. Learning doesn't stop after you graduate. There's so many new things that are happening. So I think taking that and seeking out those new opportunities and building your pack is very, very important. Thank you.
Here we are thinking, we're targeting very, the difference is very high. What I'm trying to say is we are thinking of getting our women to the C-level and decision-making point. And we're also talking about where Rumi was highlighting about the mobile phones and getting access to the internet and all this. So our issue ranges from, the range is very high here, but that doesn't mean that we stop somewhere or we focus on somewhere, right? We need to tackle every problem here, and we need to start thinking digital. We need to start thinking digital in every aspect of the industry here. There's no such industry that is touched or not touched by digital, right? So we need to start thinking that from today. And we need to also focus forums like this where we talk about getting our girls, our women to the C-level position, to the position where they can sign the numbers, the dollars, the rupees to the right person. The right products are built that is catered to us, catered to our need, catered to what we are looking for in future. Then future, going forward, they need to be understanding us, and we need to be catered and combined so that the future is aligned with us for our girls in the coming days. We have so much work to do, and in Nepal, I think this being digital fast enough, getting our girls digitally fast enough is the way to leapfrog so many Southeast problems or Southeast Asia problems that we can tackle very fast and leapfrog that and be internationally competitive. And I believe our girls can be there and our society is ready to tackle that in the coming days. Thank you.
I was reflecting this morning when Rinpoche was talking about the hardship. So I think hardship and the circle of hardship are part of life, and we have to keep on moving. I think that's the only thing I want to say here. But from more practical and from my experience, I think if you dissect your bigger dreams into actions, small actions, I think that's the way forward for all of us. And connecting it to, again, the digital sector, digital sector has been taken just as a, support sector still. At least women from this group, I think this hall, at least let's take this as an industry and let's build enterprises which is really supporting and leapfrogging the economic development of Nepal through IT. Thank you so much.
Great discussion. So we come to an end. Thank you so much, panelists. It's been really wonderful listening to you. And all the best with your own ventures. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the entire panelists. And Amun, thank you very much. I'd like to go ahead and invite at this moment I'd like to invite Anuja Sharaf Agrawal to kindly present a memento to our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. Yes, one more time, our moderator, Amun Thapa, as well as we have our panelists Amrita Sharma, Sonika Manandar, Karvika Thapa, and Rumi Singh. Thank you so much. Panelists, digital tools to bring women to the forefront of the digital transformation. If I could have all of you to kindly take a group picture, if you can do that. Thank you. We have a presentation, and then we'll head on towards another panel discussion, and we'll move on towards lunch post that. At this moment, I'd like to go ahead and invite on stage Secretary of Seva Nepal. She represents Alliance of Rural Social Women Entrepreneurs of Nepal, Kalpana Rimal. The context of this presentation is 80% of population in Nepal is still rural.
सबैमा नमस्कार म कल्पना रिमाल म ग्रामीण भेगमा रहेको सम्पूर्ण महिलाहरूको प्रतिनिधित्व गरेर सेवा नेपालको सचिवको हैसियतले यहाँ तपाईहरुको सामु यो गरिमामय हलमा यो गरिमामय समारोहमा म उपस्थित भएको छु र यहाँ मैले मेरा ग्रामीण भेगको एउटा महिलाको प्रतिनिधित्व गर्दै यहाँ आउन पाउँदा म असाध्यै हर्षित छु असाध्यै खुसी छु यो मानेमा म यो आयोजक पक्षलाई हृदयदेखि नै धन्यवाद दिन चाहन्छु त्यसैगरी म ग्रामीण भेगको म महिला र म जस्ता लाखौं महिलाहरू छन् यहाँ केही प्रतिनिधिमूलक महिलाहरूको कथाहरू वास्तविक कथाहरू म तपाईहरुको सामु एउटा चाहिँ भन्ने एउटा अनुमति पनि म चाहन्छु मेरो घर नुवाकोट हो म सामान्य एउटा किसानको छोरी सामान्य एउटा किसानको बुहारी र एउटा किसानको श्रीमती आर्थिक हिसाबले भन्ने हो भने असाध्यै विपन्न वर्गमा जन्मिएको र विपन्न परिवारको छोरासँगै मेरो बिहेबारी भयो मेरो बिहेबारी भएको अहिले 23 वर्ष भयो आर्थिक हिसाबमा म यो भन्दा 15-20 वर्ष अगाडि सम्झँदाखेरि मलाई काहाली लाग्छ मलाई डर लाग्छ कि मैले 10 रुपैयाँ निकाल्न सक्ने मेरो त्यो खालको हैसियत थिएन त्यो खालको मेरो क्षमता थिएन मेरो बुवासँग माग्ने पनि मलाई त्यो आँट थिएन त्यसैले गर्दाखेरि मेरा विगतका कुराहरू सबै भन्ने हो भने मेरो आफ्नै जीवहरू सिरिङ्ग हुन्छन् म अहिले एउटा समूहमा बसे यो भन्दा लगभग 10 वर्ष अगाडि गाउँमै बनेको दिदीबहिनीहरूको बीचको एउटा समूहमा बसे त्यो समूहमा मैले 25 रुपैयाँबाट समूहमा बचत गर्ने बानीको विकास गरे र अहिले त्यो समूहबाट एउटा सहकारीको स्थापना भएको छ त्यो सहकारीमा म अहिले महिनाको 1000 रुपैयाँ बचत गर्न सक्ने हैसियतमा म पुगेको छु र त्यो सहकारीमा अहिले म जस्ता 1100 जना दिदीबहिनीहरूलाई जोडेको छु र त्यो सहकारीको पनि मैले नेतृत्व गरिरहेको छु भने ग्रामीण भेगमा रहेका अरु सम्पूर्ण दिदीबहिनीहरूको पनि मैले नेतृत्व गरेर अहिले सेवा नेपालको सचिवको हिसाबले म यहाँ आइरहेको छु त्यसैगरी म जस्तै प्रतिनिधिमूलक एकजना म यहाँ तारादेवी महतोको पनि म कथा भन्न चाहन्छु उहाँ पनि म जस्तै 10 कक्षा मात्रै पढ्नु भएको असाध्यै गरिबी परिवारमा जन्मिनु भएको त्यसमा पनि मधेसमा जन्मिनु भएको महिला एउटा समूहबाट सहकारी हुँदै उहाँले आफ्नो व्यवसाय सम्हाल्दै तरकारी खेतीहरू गर्दै फलफुल खेतीहरू गर्दै उहाँ अहिले सक्षम हुनुभएको छ उहाँले आफ्नो व्यवसायलाई अगाडि बढाउनु भएको छ भने सामाजिक हिसाबले पनि उहाँले आफ्नो समाजमा थुप्रै महत्त्वपूर्ण देनहरू दिइरहनु भएको छ र उहाँले योभन्दा अघिल्लो निर्वाचनमा 74 को निर्वाचनमा त्यहाँका ठुला पार्टीहरूले उहाँलाई पत्याएर टिकट दिए तर त्यो बेला उहाँ हार्नुभयो जित्न सक्नु भएन र अहिले भर्खरै गएको निर्वाचनमा उहाँलाई यति ठुला पार्टीहरूले पत्याएनन्। त्यसकारणले उहाँले त्यहाँ स्वतन्त्र उम्मेदवारी दिनुभयो र उहाँ अहिले त्यहाँबाट चाहिँ निर्वाचित हुनुभएको छ। त्यहाँ निर्वाचित हुनुमा मुख्य देन भनेको महिला दिदीबहिनीहरूको छ। उहाँको पनि 1200 जना भन्दा बढी चाहिँ त्यहाँ चाहिँ शेयर सदस्य दिदीबहिनीहरू त्यो सहकारीमा आबद्ध छन्। ती दिदीबहिनीहरूको बलमा उहाँ निर्वाचित हुनुभएको छ भने उहाँ यो प्रतिनिधिमूलक पात्र मात्रै हो। उहाँ जस्ता 1084 जना महिलाहरू चाहिँ अहिले महिलाहरूकै बलमा जनताबाट अनुमोदित भएर अहिले जननिर्वाचित हुनुभएको छ। त्यसै गरी यो कुसमाया मल्ल भन्ने एकजना महिला, उहाँ पनि एउटा प्रतिनिधिमूलक पात्र मात्रै हो। उहाँ जस्ता हजारौं महिलाहरू हुनुहुन्छ। उहाँ पनि असाध्यै एउटा गरिब परिवारमा जन्मिनु भएको, असाध्यै गरिब किसानको छोरी, जसले पढ्न पाउनु भएन, हरेक हिसाबको अवसरहरू पाउनु भएन। यो कोभिड गइसकेपछि उहाँले एउटा यस्तो अवसर पाउनुभयो, यो चाहिँ पशु प्राविधिकको चाहिँ छोटो 3 महिनाको जुन तालिम पाउनुभयो, त्यो तालिम प्राप्त गरिसकेपछि अहिले उहाँ त्यहाँमा रहेका थुप्रै पशुवस्तुहरूलाई चाहिँ सेवा दिँदै जाने क्रममा अहिले उहाँ एउटा ठुलो चाहिँ एउटा उद्योग, एउटा व्यवसाय, त्यसलाई उद्योग भन्दा पनि व्यवसाय गरेर अहिले आफ्नो जीविकोपार्जन गरिरहनु भएको छ। सहज ढङ्गले, सजिलै ढङ्गले चाहिँ गरिरहनु भएको छ। त्यसै गरी जित कुमारी योगी, उहाँ बर्दियामा जन्मनु भएको, असाध्यै गरिब परिवारको, त्यसमा पनि जनजाति परिवारमा को एकजना आमा जो हुनुहुन्छ। उहाँ आमाको 16 वर्षको उमेरमा बिहे भएको रहेछ। उहाँका 5 सन्तानहरू रहेछन् र उहाँको चाहिँ श्रीमानलाई र उहाँको छोरालाई असाध्यै ठुलो रोग लाग्यो। तर त्यो रोग पैसा भएको भए उपचार लाग्थ्यो, पैसा नहुँदा त्यो रोग ठुलो भयो। पैसा नभएकै कारणले उहाँले त्यो बेलामा त्यो समाजसँग 2000 पैसा भएको भए उहाँको छोरा बचाउन सक्ने उहाँको चाहिँ त्यो बेलाको अवस्था रहेछ। 2000 पैसा पनि उहाँले चाहिँ सापट लिन सक्ने अवस्था नहुँदाखेरि उहाँले आफ्नो छोरा गुमाउनु पर्यो। केही समयपछि उहाँले आफ्नो श्रीमान गुमाउनु पर्यो। उहाँ आमा अहिले पनि हुनुहुन्छ। त्यसपछि उहाँ आमा एउटा समूहमा जोडिएर एउटा सहकारीमा पनि आबद्ध भएर उहाँले चाहिँ सहकारीबाट 3 लाख ऋण लिएर अहिले उहाँले ठुलो क्षेत्रफलमा चाहिँ केरा खेती गरिरहनु भएको छ। उहाँको अहिले वार्षिक हिसाबमा हेर्ने हो भनेदेखि चाहिँ लगभग 10 लाख भन्दा बढी आम्दानी गरिरहनु भएको छ। उहाँ जस्ता महिलाहरू हजारौं हुनुहुन्छ। उहाँ प्रतिनिधिमूलक एउटा पात्र मात्रै हो। उहाँ जस्ता महिलाहरू चाहिँ हजारौं हुनुहुन्छ। मैले उहाँको कथा पनि मैले यहाँ तपाईहरुलाई सुनाएँ। त्यसै गरी एउटा कर्मठ सहकारी जुन सहकारी दाङमा छ, हाम्रो केही समय अगाडि महिला उद्यमीहरूको उद्यमी उत्सव बुटोलमा भएको थियो। अहिले ग्रामीण भेगमाबाट समूहबाट सहकारीमा आबद्ध भएका 267 वटा सहकारीहरू छन्। त्यो 267 वटा सहकारीबाट उहाँ चाहिँ त्यो छनौटमा पर्नुभयो र उहाँले चाहिँ एउटा ठुलो पुरस्कार, एउटा धनराशि सहितको चाहिँ उहाँले एउटा पुरस्कार पनि प्राप्त गर्नुभएको छ। उहाँ उमेरले भन्ने हो भने उहाँ 70 वर्षको हुनुहुन्छ। उहाँबाट हामीले के शिक्षा सिक्न आवश्यक छ र मैले के ठानेको छु भने उमेरले साँच्चै यहाँ हामीलाई चाहिँ अलिकति आधार, अलिकति चाहिँ प्रोत्साहन, अलिकति हौसला दिने मान्छेहरू हुने हो भने वास्तवमा महिला कमजोर छैनन्। न महिलालाई उमेरले छेकेको छ, न महिलाहरूलाई चाहिँ छोराछोरी परिवारले छेकेको छ। उहाँले त्यो खालको आँट हौसला दिने मान्छेको अलि अभाव हो कि भन्ने मैले महसुस गरेको छु। त्यो बन्धनहरू जति बन्धनहरू छन् त्यो तोड्नको निमित्त पछाडिबाट बल पाइएन भने त्यो हुत्तिने खालको चाहिँ त्यो खालको आँट महिलाहरूलाई चाहिएको छ। यो मैले महसुस गरेको छु। अहिले उहाँको सहकारीमा आर्थिक हिसाबमा भन्ने हो भने अहिले 7,65,00,000 उहाँले कारोबार गरिरहनु भएको छ। उहाँ आफै अध्यक्ष भएर कारोबार गरिरहनु भएको छ भने उहाँ चाहिँ अहिले 267 उद्यमी महिला सहकारी उहाँ छनौटमा पर्नु भनेको यो सानो महिलाहरूको ग्रामीण भेगको महिलाहरूले हेर्ने हो भने यो सानो कुरा होइन भन्ने मैले महसुस गरेको छु। यस्ता थुप्रै उपलब्धिहरू छन्, यस्ता थुप्रै महिला उद्यमीहरू छन् जो ग्रामीण भेगमा रहनुभएका। यी महिलाहरूको संस्थागत महिलाहरूले गर्नुभएको उपलब्धिलाई संस्थागत कसरी गर्ने त भन्ने विषयले यसलाई गहिरो हाम्रो ग्रामीण भेगमा रहेका हामी जस्ता महिलाहरूको गहिरो अध्ययन, गहिरो छलफलबाट हामीले सेवा नेपाल जन्माएका हौँ। त्यो सेवा नेपालको म सचिव हुँ। अहिले 267 वटा सहकारीमा 3,40,000 महिला दिदीबहिनीहरू आबद्ध हुनुहुन्छ भने अहिले यी 267 वटा सहकारीले 13 अर्बको कारोबार अहिले गरिरहेको छ। हिजो हामी 25 रुपियाँ नहुने हामी दिदीबहिनीहरू अहिले 13 अर्बको हामीले कारोबार गरिरहेका छौँ। हामीले यो 13 अर्बको पैसाले पनि हामीलाई अभाव भयो। गाउँमा दिदीबहिनीहरूले केही उद्यम गर्न खोज्दाखेरि हामीले भने जति ऋण प्राप्त दिन सकेनौँ। त्यस कारणले गर्दा अहिले हेफर इन्टरनेसनलले सहजीकरण गरेर हामीले 22 वटा बैङ्कहरूसँग सम्झौता गरेका छौँ। 22 वटा बैङ्कहरूसँग हामीले 10 अर्ब सहुलियत अनुदान लिने गरी चाहिँ हामीले सम्झौता गरेका छौँ भने अहिले 2 अर्ब चाहिँ ती दिदीबहिनीहरूले लैसक्नु भएको छ, जसमा 10,000 दिदीबहिनीहरूले चाहिँ त्यो रकम लैसक्नु भएको छ। यो हिजो र आजको यो बसाई यो कार्यक्रममा हिजो एकजना यहाँ महिला लिडरले भन्दै गर्दाखेरि म इङ्ग्लिस कुरा बुझ्दिनँ। म ग्रामीण भेगको महिला, मैले भने मेरो दुःखको कुरा मैले तपाईँहरूलाई सुनाइसकेँ। तर केही कुराहरू तपाईँहरूको इसाराले पनि म बुझ्छु, तपाईँहरूको हाउभाउले पनि म बुझ्छु। हिजो चाहिँ महिलाहरूले सहुलियत लोन लिनको निमित्त 20 लाखसम्मको त्यो व्यवस्था गरिएको छ भनिएको थियो। तर त्यो ग्रामीण भेगको महिलाहरूसम्म यो पहुँच पुगेको छैन। यो पहुँच पुगेको छैन। यदि हामीलाई हेफर इन्टरनेसनलले यो सपोर्ट र सहयोग गरेको थिएन भने मैले आएर त्यो लोन लिन सक्ने मेरो पहुँच थिएन। मेरो सहकारीले आएर त्यो लोन लिन सक्ने त्यो खालको पहुँच थिएन। त्यसले गर्दाखेरि यसको निमित्त अलि सहज गर्नको निमित्त, अलि सजिलो बनाउनको निमित्त पनि अलि बढी जोड गर्नुपर्छ कि यो समारोहबाट त्यो खालका केही महत्त्वपूर्ण ऐतिहासिक निर्णयहरू गर्नुपर्छ कि भन्ने पनि मैले महसुस गरेको छु। त्यसै गरी अहिले हाम्रा 3,40,000 महिलाहरू मध्येबाट अहिले 638 वटा चाहिँ हाम्रा कलेक्सन सेन्टरहरू हामीले सञ्चालन गरिरहेका छौँ। त्यहाँ दुधको छ, त्यहाँ खसी बोका सङ्कलनको छ, त्यहाँ बेसारको छ, त्यहाँ महको छ, त्यहाँ गेडागुडीको छ, तरकारीको छ, विभिन्न प्रकारको छ। त्यसकै एउटा उदाहरण स्वरूप यो गेटबाट निस्किने बित्तिकै हाम्रा उद्यमी महिलाहरूले त्यहाँ बेसार, त्यसपछि उहाँहरूले चाहिँ त्यही सहकारीमा उत्पादन गर्नुभएको घिउ तपाईँहरूको पनि त्यहाँ नजर पुगोस्, त्यहाँ आकर्षण होस्, त्यहाँ हामीले गेटमै राखेका छौँ। त्यो एउटा स्याम्पल मात्रै हो, एउटा नमुना मात्रै हो। त्यसै गरी हामीले उत्पादन गरेको चिजलाई बजारसम्म कसरी लाने त? बजारसम्म लानको निमित्त पनि र पहुँच चाहियो। त्यो नभएको हिसाबले हामीले अहिले भर्खरै अहिले हामीसँग 112 वटा हामीसँग ढुवानी साधनहरू पनि छन्। हाम्रा सहकारीहरूले चाहिँ 112 वटा ढुवानी साधनहरूको माध्यमबाट ती वस्तुहरूलाई, दिदीबहिनीहरूले उत्पादन गर्नुभएको वस्तुलाई बजारसम्म लाने कामको पनि हामीले सुरुवात गरेका छौँ। त्यसै गरी अहिले योभन्दा 5-7 वर्ष अगाडि हेर्ने हो भने हाम्रो नेपालमा विदेशबाट थुप्रै खसी बोकाहरू चाहिँ आयात हुन्थ्यो। अहिले हाम्रो दिदीबहिनीहरूले थुप्रै खसी बोकाहरू, बाख्राहरू पालन गरेर मलाई लाग्छ नेपाललाई मासुमा आत्मनिर्भर बनाएका छन्। तर बजारको अझै पनि राम्रो व्यवस्थापन छैन। बिचौलियाहरू गाउँमा छ्यास्ती छिरेका छन्। त्यसलाई राज्यले एउटा नीति बनाएको छैन। त्यसो हुँदाखेरि अहिले हामीले बुटोलमा मासु प्रशोधन केन्द्र खोल्नको निमित्त बुटोलको उपमहानगरपालिका त्यहाँको मासु व्यवसायी र त्यहाँको चाहिँ सहकारीले संयुक्त रूपमा दैनिक रूपमा 1000 सम्म खसी बोका चाहिँ त्यहीँ प्रशोधन गर्ने, त्यहीँ काट्ने, त्यहीँ बिक्री, त्यहीँबाट बिक्री वितरण गर्ने गरी हाम्रो बुटोलमा त्यो काम सुरुवात भइसकेको छ। म तपाईहरुलाई यो पनि जानकारी गराउन चाहन्छु। त्यसैगरी अहिले 1 लाख हाम्रो चाहिँ दैनिक 1,36,000 लिटर दुध, हामीले दुधको काम पनि मैले अहिले भने गरिरहेका छौं। हामीले हाम्रो बजारमा अहिले 1,36,000 लिटर दुध चाहिँ हाम्रा यी उद्यमी दिदीबहिनीहरू मार्फत हामीले बजारमा ल्याउने गरेका छौं। त्यसैगरी हाम्रो यो सबै उपलब्धिहरू हामीले गरेका यो क्रियाकलापहरूलाई चाहिँ हाम्रो संस्थागत गर्ने कुरा यो अहिले चुनौतीको विषय छ। हामी ग्रामीण भेगका महिलाहरूले यो आँट्दा गरेका छौं। हुन त समस्या ग्रामीण भेगका महिला र शहरी महिलाहरूको समस्या त साझै हो, एउटै हो। तर पनि म तपाईहरुलाई यो समारोहमा के चाहिँ मनन गराउन चाहन्छु भने मलाई लागेको कुरा ग्रामीण भेगमा यो समस्या अझ बढी हो कि भन्ने मैले यो महसुस गरेको छु। त्यसमा यो समारोहमा उपस्थित हुनुभएका महिला नेतृत्वहरूको अलि बढी ध्यान पुगोस्, महिला लिडरहरूको ध्यान पुगोस् र ग्रामीण भेगमा रहनुभएका महिलाहरूलाई कसरी चाहिँ बढी भन्दा बढी उद्यमी बनाउन सकिन्छ, कसरी बढी भन्दा बढी उद्यममा जोड्न सकिन्छ भन्ने विषयमा पनि एउटा निचोड निस्कियोस् भन्ने पनि मैले आशा गरेको छु। त्यसैगरी यहाँ मैले देखेको छु हिजो बिहान 9 बजेदेखि अहिलेसम्म यहाँ उपस्थिति हुँदाखेरि यहाँ थुप्रै महिला लिडरहरूले आफ्ना विषयवस्तुहरूमा बहस गर्दै गर्दा, छलफल गर्दै गर्दा यहाँ राष्ट्रिय अन्तर्राष्ट्रिय रूपमा ख्याति प्राप्त महिलाहरूको जो यहाँ उपस्थिति छ यो गरिमामय हलमा, म तपाईहरुलाई विनम्रताका साथ के अनुरोध गर्न चाहन्छु भने हामी ग्रामीण भेगका महिलाहरू तपाईहरु जस्ता महिलाहरूसँग हातेमालो गरेर अगाडि बढ्न इच्छुक छौं। तपाईहरुले सायद त्यो अवसर दिनुहुन्छ भने तपाईहरुले सेवा नेपाललाई सम्झनुस्। हामी तपाईहरुसँग जुनसुकै बेला पनि बसेर हाम्रा दुःखका कुराहरू हामी भलाकुसारी गर्न तयार छौं। र अहिले सेवा नेपालले मैले कहिलेकाहीँ सुन्ने गरेको छु विदेशमा जस्तै स्पेनमा, दक्षिण कोरियामा थुप्रै महिलाहरू चाहिँ ठूला ठूला उद्यमीहरू बनेका छन्। त्यो ठूला ठूला उद्यमीहरू विदेशमा चाहिँ कसरी भए त? त्यो विदेशमा भएका जस्ता, स्पेनमा भएका जस्ता ठूला ठूला उद्यमीहरू नेपालमा चाहिँ उत्पादन गर्न सकिन्छ कि सकिन्न त? यो अहिले सेवा नेपालले खोजी गरेको कुरा यो हो। सेवा नेपालले यो विषयमा चाहिँ छलफल गरेर अगाडि बढ्न खोजेको छ। त्यस्ता उद्यमीहरूलाई पनि नेपालमा उत्पादन गर्ने र स्थापित गर्ने कुरा अहिले सेवा नेपालले गर्न खोजेको छ। मैले यो ग्रामीण भेगमा रहेका महिलाहरूका गुनासाहरू मैले यो गरिमामय समारोहमा सुनाएँ। आदरणीय यस गरिमामय समारोहमा उपस्थित हुनुभएका आदरणीय महिला लिडरहरू, हामी तपाईहरुसँग हातेमालो गरेर अगाडि बढ्न इच्छुक छु। मैले पुनः भने र सेवा नेपालले 2030 सम्ममा कम्तीमा पनि 1500 सहकारीहरू जन्माउने, त्यो 1500 सहकारीमा 25 लाख परिवारमा पुने जुन उद्देश्य लिएको छ, लक्ष्य लिएको छ, यो अनुरूप हामीले काम गर्न खोजेका छौं। यो सपना हामीले देखेका छौं। हाम्रो यो सपनालाई तुइन नदिनको निमित्त, अधुरै हुन नदिनको निमित्त मैले यहाँ उपस्थित हुनुभएका हाम्रा महिला लिडरहरूबाट आशा अपेक्षा गरेको छु। यही भनाइ राख्दै म बिदा हुन्छु। हस्त नमस्कार।
कल्पना म्यामले भनिरहनु भएको बेलामा मैले गएर यसो गएर घिउ पनि ल्याएँ अनि त्यसपछि मह पनि ल्याएँ अब आज बेलुका घर जाँदाखेरि आमालाई दिन्छु बडो खुसी हुनुहुन्छ होला अनि त्यसपछि सेवाबाटै खरिद गर्नु भनेर पनि भन्नु पर्ला बडो खुसी यो समयमा अगाडि बढ्दै I'd like to move ahead and post the discussion. We'll head on towards lunch. A friend was just asking when is lunch. We'll, as soon as the panel is over, we'll move on towards lunch. Just a reminder to everybody. The next panel is called Change Agent. Without further ado, I'd like to move forward and invite our moderator, Amuda Mishra. Amuda leads parallel careers as an executive director, researcher, diversity, equity, and inclusion coach. She's a keynote TEDx speaker and Asia Foundation Development Fellow, professor, guest lecturer, and a proud WEDU mentor. Since 2013, Amuda has worked on projects that promote sustainable development, gender-inclusive leadership, diversity, equity, and inclusion, and community empowerment. Founder of Ujala Foundation. One more time. Amuda Mishra. And I'd just like to go ahead and add that Amuda has helped me in every step of the way, especially for the event. So thank you very much, Amuda. I'd like to invite our speakers for the panel. We'll begin with Shaili Chowdhury. She's an activist for Dalit Lives Matter. Born and raised in Madheshi province, Shaili Chowdhury has always lived and observed gender inequality and violence as a queer person. Through various initiatives and organizations, Chowdhury has invested more than 6 years advocating for the rights of socially excluded groups and social inclusions. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I'd like to invite Nina Joshi. She's the Senior Director, Asia Program, Haifa International. Nina Joshi is a development professional working in the field of community development for the last 2 decades. Anupama Anand. She's the program officer for Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Anupama is a program officer in the philanthropic partnerships team at Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Her work focuses on strengthening the ecosystem and partnering basically with governments, family offices, foundations, and corporates to have impact at scale. It's a pleasure to have you with us. Dr. Pukar Malla. He's the chairperson of Daitwa. He's been leading parallel careers as a leadership coach, community organizer, and innovation specialist. Chairperson of the leadership nonprofit, Daitwa. It's a pleasure to have you with us. I'd like to invite the founder of Blink Now Foundation, Maggie Doyne. Doyne. Maggie, it's a pleasure to have you with us. Apologies on that. She's also, I'd like to go ahead and say this right in the beginning before I move on towards Blink Now. She's the awardee of CNI WLF Inspiring Woman of the Year, and it's a pleasure to have her with us. Maggie is originally from New Jersey and has dedicated the last 15 years, more than that, to educate children and empowering women. So it's a pleasure to have all of you with us, and Amuda, off to you.
Thank you, Sanjay. We will really try to manage our time. I know this is right before lunch, and we've already exceeded our time for lunch, I think. So we'll try to make this as fun and as insightful, so bear with us. On that note, welcome to the panelists. Thank you so much for being here today.
Changes are mainly shouldered by change agents globally and in Nepal.
And they also are the bridge between the government and private sectors and identify those gaps and create interventions that are very grassroots and community-oriented. So today we have an impeccable set of panelists who are going to share their journey in how they have institutionalized change, their own resilience and leadership qualities and core values that helps them get up every day and do the work that they do very passionately. So thank you so much for being here again. So our first question would be a common question to all of you. And while answering that, you can also discuss about your work a little bit, your journey as a change agent, some of the challenges that you've seen in that journey and how you overcome those, while also focusing on what are you passionate about and what keeps you going and how do you work on your idea every day to make it sustainable and transformative. So I can start with Soili and we can just go around. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Muda. Can everyone hear me in the back? So I'll start with something. Don't spread venom from your cute lips. Spread love from your tender heart like the shower of summer's rain. This line I heard somewhere. This is not mine. Mine is really long poems. So I'll start with my identity. So I'm Marwari by caste. I'm Madhesi by ethnicity. I'm queer by gender. So because I'm telling that whenever we talk about a person, especially since we are in Women's Leadership Summit, we are just talking about women. But the same woman has other identities too. You might be from indigenous community, you might be from a particular caste, you might be from a particular geographical region, and that adds up to your experiences. So when we talk about institutionalizing change within the community, we really need to see those identities as well. Because, for example, for instance, you go in Madhya province and you try to work for women there, you need to understand that what are the struggles of women with Madhesi identity. We can't take the mainstream feminist ideology in Madhes and work there. You can't take the mainstream feminist ideology and work with Dalit women. You can't take the mainstream feminist ideology and work with Madhesi Dalit trans women. So you definitely need to understand that a person can have different identities and they play along parallelly, side by side, and you need to address that intersectionality as well. While talking about my journey or my experience, how we are working, what I try to do or what people in my fraternity works to do is, we don't do the work. Because the person who shares their experience are the person who need to work. We just try to link them to the resources, to the challenges, to the opportunities that addresses those challenges. And that's how we can institutionalize those challenges. The other thing we do is, we people from Kathmandu go to some place out of Kathmandu, and we talk non-stop for 3 days, 4 days. At the end of the day, we ask them just one question: what did you learn? Rather, the first day we need to ask, what are your problems? What are your experiences? Where are you coming from? What you'd like to address? And we are not doing that. And then we say, पैसा तो बहुत खर्चा हो गया भैया, काम कुछ नहीं हुआ. But to do that, we need to understand where the person we are working with, where the community we are trying to bring that change is coming from. A person from Birganj will have different experience than a person from Rautahar, or person from Karnali, or person from Jhapa, or Solukhumbu. You can't take one size fit all project in Kathmandu and then यहाँ भी पेस्ट करो, इधर भी पेस्ट करो, इधर भी पेस्ट करो, इधर भी पेस्ट करो, और दाता को बोलो अपने ने काम किया है भैया 5 ठाव में. That's not how it works. So when we are talking about institutionalizing change in the community, first we need to understand what are their experiences, what they need, what needs to be addressed. And the second, I noted down because I speak a lot at times. I love speaking. The second you need to focus on is who are the perpetrators. And when they say this word, it will be like, so for example, if you are working about men and women, you are working for gender equality, men would be like, मैले त जिन्दगीमा कहिले पनि महिलालाई त्यस्तो गरेको छैन, आमा हुन्छन् उनी, आमा छोड्न यार इन्सान बन्न दे पहिला. So we need to work with the perpetrators as well. When I say perpetrators, that means the community or the person or the counterparts who have been oppressing the survivor community since long time. So when we talk about gender, it could be men. When we talk about caste, it could be, when we are talking about Dalit community, it could be non-Dalit. When we are talking about Madhesi, it could be non-Madhesi. So we need to bring them to the table as well, because unless you start working on the behavior change, unless you start working on changing that mindset which the oppressor had since a very long time, you can't see that institutionalization. So that is why those 3 things, first, learn from them, understand what their problems is. Second, respect those identities, collaborate with them, try to learn from them rather than dominating the same mindset which we have, the people in Kathmandu have, that Madhesi भन्ने बित्तिकै यो 5 वटा क्राइटेरिया छ, दलित भनेपछि यो कुरा हो, महिला भनेपछि यो हो. Don't do that. Learn from them because everyone has their own experience. Learn from them. And third, try to integrate the perpetrators as well. Because unless, हामीले भन्छौँ नि महिलाको लागि यति काम भइरहेछ तर खै त प्रोग्रेसै गरेनन्, किनभने जुन एउटा एक्जाम्पल दिन्छु, कुनै नेता मेल आएर भाषण एकदम जेन्डर इक्वालिटीको लागि भन्नुहुन्छ हैन, घरमा गएर आफ्नै वाइफलाई कुटिरहेको हुन्छ त्यो मान्छे. I have heard that, I have seen that. So unless you bring them to the table and work with them as well to change that behavior, just forget about institutionalizing that change. I think that answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Saili, and thank you for really reinstitutionalizing the fact that we come from different social identity markers. And as change agents, one of the implications of our work can be we know it all, and the savior attitude that we might lean into sometimes, and really trying to separate that and understanding that the community fabric is not same everywhere, and how different identity markers play into roles of different narratives and also become a part of those community solutions. Thank you for bringing that up. Very well said. Now we'll move on to Ninaji with the same question.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Shaili. So I'm Nina Joshi, and I work with Heifer International, and you've heard Kalpana speak. I journey with women like Kalpana, and I've been with this entity for the last 23 years. And talking about the journey that I travel with them is born and raised in Kathmandu, in pretty progressive family. I had my own challenges as women, but as a woman, but when I started to work with women like Kalpana in the rural Nepal, I had to agree that their challenges are way more critical than the challenges that I face. That's what has held me here for 23 years, working with women like her. I've come across, I mean, one of my first field visit, I come across with a mother who said, "What do you do when the child is hungry?" Then she said, "He will cry until he has the energy." I mean, that's our rural Nepal. So that is what has held me here working with women across the country. And things that I've learned is when you start to talk about change, and when you start to talk about change agent, the first thing is the agency that you have within yourself, the agency within your, intrinsic agency. So that's what I think Heifer works with. No woman is nowhere less than any other person, not less than man, not less than any other woman. But it's so difficult for that woman to agree that she is as important, she is as capable, she has the opportunity, because of the historical marginalization that women come across. They have that mentality that they are so weak. So the first thing that we do, and that's what I've learned, is the agency within yourself. And over the years, working across the globe with Heifer, what I've learned is that's what needs to be addressed first. And we've developed tools and processes that helps women to look within themselves and recognize that they are powerful, in fact, and then look at resources around and see what can be done. The second is, I've heard this over and over time in the last several sessions that we had, then make collectives. So a single voice will not be heard. And then you collect these women. First, make them believe that they can, then bring these women together in collective. That's what we do with groups and cooperatives. And now finally we have an alliance of women who are as powerful as you heard Kalpana is. And the third thing that we do with them is, as Amuda you already mentioned it before, is connect that with the resources and the power, the state actors, the government, and the resources. They are the ones who decide how things are going to happen. They are the ones who allocate resources for what is going to happen. So when you have women that recognize that they are as powerful, when you bring them together in collectives and you connect them to the government, where things are decided, then the changes happen. So I would say that change agents are not looked as an individuals. We need thousands and hundred thousands of change agents in the context that we are in to move fast. I pause here.
Thank you, Nina ji. Also, something that you brought up that's quite interesting, and for all of us to reflect is, as change agents, we should also reflect and check our own privileges and understand that the community that we work with also has a sense of agency. And it's just not our agency as leaders to recognize that, but also the community that we work with has a sense of agency. The women, the youth that we work with have a sense of agency too. Thank you for sharing that thought. So we'll move on to Anupama.
So first off, it's a huge pleasure and an honor to be here at the summit and on this panel. Really, really honored to be part of this panel. And I've been listening into the conversations since yesterday, and it's just so heartening to hear about the topics that we are discussing over here. I think yesterday someone also quoted the UN report saying that, at the pace at which we are progressing, gender equality is still centuries away. And COVID just set us back, a few years further. So it's so important to have these conversations, and it's so important to sort of push the pedal and amp up all the efforts that we're making, and just a forum such as this is so important to drive some of those changes in perspectives, as well as, drive some of those conversations that can lead to the transformative change that we all wish for. So yeah, with that, I'll come back to your question, Amuda. First off, I work at the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. And wanted to start off by saying that, you know, gender equality lies at the heart of everything that we do. We're seen as a foundation that is focused a lot on health, but gender equality literally like cuts through all of the work that we do. And while we have a separate division that focuses on gender equality, which focuses on informing norms, in building resilience, enabling, you know, self-reflection, as well as like looking at leadership at large for women. We do prioritize, you know, a gender lens across all of our work. And as a philanthropic organization, you know, the questions that we have internally are, what is the philanthropic capital? What's the right use of the philanthropic capital? And I mean, and we agree that you know, we are meant to make some collective action, fostering partnerships across, you know, stakeholders ranging from governments, from domestic and other foundations, from community-based organizations, civil society organizations, and communities at large. And in our work, there are several approaches, and I can give you a few examples of those, on how we think about like institutionalizing change and making sure that you know, it's adopted by the communities that we wish to affect. So I mean, first and foremost, I think the key lever in our overarching theory of change, theory of action for the foundation is systems strengthening. So we work a lot on strengthening basic systems and institutional mechanisms, which can lead to catalytic change and create like pathways for long-term change, the areas that we want to focus on. In India, we work very specifically with the Ministry of Rural Development and the National Rural Livelihood Mission. Most of you might be aware that there are about 87 million women in India that are organized under 8 million self-help groups. And they come together by like pooling their savings and their resources. But it's really like both, all of like empowerment, like social as well as economic empowerment. There are these support groups. They support each other. They help each other with opportunities. There are structures now put in place, you know, cluster level federations that enable things and resources to flow to them. While lots needs to be done still. But we work with a structure such as that in order to strengthen that in order to make sure, you know, that women are empowered in the true sense of the word. There are other approaches as well. I mean, we look at, within the structure, we look at like digital as a really important lever, and digital financial inclusion as a really important lever to empower women. And we had a super power-packed panel just before this, and it was really interesting to hear the perspectives of everyone that was sitting on board. And there are huge gaps that still remain to be addressed. But yes, I mean, we've done research and figured out like that this is something that can be really capitalized. Another thing that you know, Shelley also mentioned, that just understanding the context is so important. And so we try to plug in like innovations with the beneficiaries, and I don't like to use the word beneficiaries, but just the communities that are on the ground, and informed by the problem statement as stated by the people who need to be affected by those changes. So it's really important that we built in that context in order for it to be to see the long-term you know, impact that it is supposed to have. And just, I mean, again, as a foreign foundation operating in a lot of the regions that we operate in, it's really important for us to think about sustainability and longevity beyond our own time. And that's why fostering partnerships is really, really important for us. And yeah, we do that through multiple ways in getting multiple voices together, partnering, co-funding with different organizations on the ground. And yeah, I mean, and one thing that we've realized through our work is that always, like bringing in these collaborations, the whole is always so much bigger than the sum of the parts. So it's always so nice to get in like multiple perspectives from the ground, perspectives of people who have technical expertise, but also how they increase the influence of the work that we need to do and the voices that they create. So yeah, I mean, largely that's how we think about institutionalizing change as well as, you know, the sustainability and transition and longevity aspect of our work.
Thank you, Anupama. Like when you were saying all of that, I think we can put that in 3 Ps. You talked about people-centric approach. You talked about partnership and processes and pathways. And I think that also stands core to the work that you're doing and something that most of the change agents probably live by and work in the framework so that we're people-centric, process-oriented, and also centered with partnership at heart in the work that we do. So we'll go to Maggie and Pukarde at the same time for the question.
Hi, everyone. Thank you. I'm also honored to be amongst this group and all of you. I'm American, obviously. I do not completely fit in here. But my introduction to Nepal was when I was 18 years old, and it was actually on the India side of the border. I was working with the migrant and refugee Nepali population in 2004, 2005, which was at the height of conflict, at the height of the migrant crisis that we're in. And so it was a very, very unique lens on the Nepal experience. And I'm very, very grateful for that. And so I was experiencing the challenges of the migrant population, sleeping under pieces of plastic, working by the side of the road, no labor rights, oftentimes not getting paid for their work. And I was like, I want to go. I need to go to this place. All these people need to be home, where they're protected, where they have rights, where they have a nation. I was 18 and I was very, very naive. So I went to Kalikot. I thought that Nepal was Jumla, Humla, Kalikot, Dailak, Acham, Dolpa, because those were the people I was meeting. So with my friend Sunita, we go on this journey and we go to these districts. Actually, Sunita was a refugee herself, and she was coming of age and wanted to find home. She'd left her home when she was 8 years old, and she was starting to lose her memories and her identity. And so we go throughout this beautiful, beautiful part of this country. One pet peeve that I have is how people use the word backwards for Karnali. Everyone especially is starting to say, oh, Karnali, it's the backwards district, it's the neglected district, it's so backwards. Often I say to those people, have you ever been to Jumla, to Humla, to Kalikot, to Surkhet, where I live and I call my home now? This region has suffered from multidimensional poverty and underinvestment and lack of support of women. It is anything but backwards. In fact, as an 18 and 19-year-old traveling this region, I found that every single person, man or woman, wanted the exact same thing, which was education and a future. And that is very, very forward-looking. And it changed me. Everyone says, well, what was the moment when you decided to move here and make Nepal your home? And I was walking across a dry riverbed and looked up, and I just saw dozens and dozens of children breaking rocks. And we're talking like 5-year-olds, 6-year-olds, 7-year-olds breaking rocks to survive for that 100 rupees a day for a life-size bag of gravel. And that was it for me. I was warmly embraced by an incredible local community in Surkhet. And we went in with the sort of thesis that when children are loved and cared for and nurtured and invested in, that the country will bloom and blossom. Our work is called Kopila Valley. And we started by thinking like, oh, it's so simple. You just put kids into school. That'll fix everything. You get them a backpack and a bag, and you take the rock-breaking girls, and then your work is done. And over time, and in a lot of learning and a lot of listening, which is why what you said was so resonant, you realize that these issues are so complex and so systemic and so deep-rooted, and that there's no quick fix, no instant solution. In fact, the whole system, which we were talking about, has to be rebuilt and reimagined and dreamed. And I was just really lucky to work amongst dreamers who believed in Karnali. And we just started dreaming and rethinking, and it was very small and very, very organic. So, okay, you can put a kid into school. Well, if they're drinking dirty water, if they don't have access to basic medical needs, if they're going to be forced into marriage by the time they're 13, if they come from a Dalit or marginalized community, it's not as simple as a pencil and a backpack. There are so many things. So our work essentially is deep-rooted in the community and very, very multifaceted. We look at the community as an ecosystem. So first of all, why do we have orphans in the first place? That's the tragedy of this country. 10,000 things have already gone wrong by the time we have a migrant or by the time we have an orphan child. So, okay, backtrack. It comes to women. So we started working with women. We started working with all of these problems that we were seeing. Family development, sustainability became a huge root of our work. We run in Surquette. I invite you all to come. We run the greenest school in the entire world. It's a sustainable school, very biodynamic with farming practices and solar and water, and we had some of the best Nepali minds and engineers and architects working on that. But we started to realize that it's so multifaceted, it's so deep, you can't just scratch the surface with one thing, and that this deep, deep partnership with the community, by the community, for the community, which is why I'm a little uncomfortable sitting up here as the only American on my team, but it's just so important. This listening is so important because what you realize is people know how to solve their own problems. They just don't have the tools, the resources, and a system that is broken, like our public school education system, which we can talk about another day. But yeah, I'm gonna pass on the mic to my friend here.
Thank you, Maggie. Thank you, Amuda, and the organizers and all the speakers yesterday and today. It has been an incredible learning journey of understanding the country, understanding our issues, and actually understanding myself. So I think the reason why I work for change is aligned with what Shaili ji said, because it's all about our identities, right? So for me, my wife and I, Pratibha and I, we returned to Nepal 2015 for our identities. Because for me, being a Nepali is extremely important. I don't know what that exactly means. I don't know how many of us do. But what I know is that when we work on things that flourishes our identities, we are happier. And if we think about where Nepal is and where Nepal isn't, the gaps in gender parity in the country is such that if I'm not here, where should I be? If I'm not here understanding these issues, in these conversations, I think I don't know what the identity of our two daughters will become. So thank you so much for organizing this summit. Very timely, very much needed, especially in the aftermath of the vice president not being a female. I think this is extremely important. Now, I'm going to answer this question around how do we institutionalize change within the communities and how do we ensure sustainability. So I work on a campaign called Daitwa, which means self-responsibility in Nepali. And Daitwa believes that, for the country to advance, we need to work on economic change, for which we need to empower and enable our communities. But we also need to enable and empower the system, the government that works with these communities. And then we need to enable the collaboration between these two stakeholders. So that's what Daitwa believes in. So I'm going to touch upon community leadership and impact sustainability, because Daitwa is about enabling change agents to enable change in their communities, because then it's truly sustainable, right? And so I'll give you two examples of our entrepreneurship and our policy fellowship program. In our entrepreneurship program, it's an accelerator program where at the grassroots level, in municipalities, particularly in rural Nepal, we accelerate women and youth entrepreneurs to grow their enterprises. So far, we've accelerated 85, of whom 45 are women. The good thing is all of them are continuing to push for their economic boundaries, right? They're pushing the boundaries. They're creating jobs locally. Right? So there are so many examples, including recently Nepali Times covered Goma Bhandari, who was wondering, who am I? And now she is known as the person who, Kagati Didi, who started this culture of lemon farming in Lower Palpa. First time in Palpa, right? Many challenges she had to overcome, but now she's not only known as Kagati Didi, the hill is known as Kagati Pahad, and she has enabled 9 other women entrepreneurs around her who are growing lemon in the community, right? So I think this is an example of how if we empower change agents that live in the community, that will grow over time. The second is an example of a fellowship program where so far, it's a program where we place our young change agents in the government with policymakers, with secretaries to work on policy research. So among the 170 fellows, of whom 82 are women, I'm so delighted to share that. These are young people that have come from various countries, thank you, around the world. 31 countries, these are Nepalis. About 75% are in Nepal. They're continuing to work with the government, right? And at one point, 4 of them were in the Investment Board of Nepal. Some of them have already joined civil service. They're all pursuing public innovations in different ways, right? So this is another example of, I think, how it's important to enable change agents that enable change in their communities. So very much aligned, I hope, with what you're saying. The second part around impact sustainability, so in addition to empowering the change agents, I think it's also important to work with the government. Because in the federal model of Nepal, local governments have the mandate, have the resources, and are actually more willing to work with you than federal government. So for our entrepreneurship program, we actually work with municipalities. They actually put our collaboration in their budget. So in Tilottama municipality, the collaboration is called Tilottama Nagar Pramukh Daitwa Gramin Udyam Vikas Karyakram, right? So we actually partner with municipalities. We bring in our resources, but we also leverage their resources. And the same is true for the fellowship program. So lastly, I wanted to say, in order to drive change and in order to think about sustainability, it's so important that we think about sustainability, institutionalization, because it's one thing to go to a community and start something, but you might actually end up doing more damage, even with the best of intentions, if that change doesn't sustain beyond the money that some development partners might have brought into the picture. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Bukhar and Maggie. I think both of you kind of echoed on the sentiments of being resilient as a change agent and also understanding the the characters of the community that you work with, and how collaborations are so important. And that power sharing, whether it be with the individual person in that community or the community as a whole, or local state bodies that are representative in the community, that power sharing is also very important for sustainable development or to institutionalize change in the way that we envision as change agents. So for the next part, we're going to go into some individual questions. For this, I will have to allocate you only 3 minutes because I still want to open the floor for some questions. So these are just specific questions about your own journey as a change agent and some characters and values that you've developed on the way to sustain the work that you do with passion and radical empathy at the center. So my first question is to Maggie. So, you know, you talked about like how you were not born and raised here, and somehow Nepal and Kopila Valley has become your home now. So when we talk about the discourse of identity and being this person who kind of like doesn't want to come across as knows it all, but also being different from the community to enable that change, what has been some of the challenges that you've faced? How have you been able to enable a community buy-in and also kind of understand and explore yourself in the community itself? For someone who's not from here, but also has well integrated their value system and their approaches in the community.
Thank you. I think one of the best advantages was that I was so young that I knew I don't know anything. So I went in with this I know nothing. I don't know the language, I don't know the people, I'm not equipped to deal with the situation. I know that my heart is broken. I know that I can't turn away from a child who's 5 years old breaking rocks all day, but I don't know where to begin. So one of my mentors always says, start with what breaks your heart, especially for young people. What do I even do? This generation now, we've got 1,000 problems. Everywhere we look, there's problems, right? So I think that was really key. And in my learning, I found my co-founder, who's Tok Bahadur Malla. He was an orphan himself. He lost his dad when he was 1. He lost his mom when he was 7. He lost his didi when he was 9. He dropped out of school, moved to India, worked as a porter, and somehow has this amazing success story where he rose up the ranks. So I went in very gratefully with true partnership, true collaboration, and with a board of women who were from the local community, and that really helped me a lot. It didn't make it easy. This journey has been so incredibly hard and so difficult. We all know we have sleepless nights and things that shake us to our core, and we've all experienced loss, especially when we're working with trauma, groups of people who have experienced so much trauma. But also I think working with children has been the thing that sustains me and makes my life so good and so full of joy and so full of hope. Whenever you start to feel hopeless about the state of Nepal, I implore you, just go find a child. If you have your own, it doesn't even matter if you don't have, go find a child and look at their face. And you'll realize the world is so pure, it's so good, it's so innocent. The world is worth fighting for. The world has so much hope, and you can't feel any other emotion but hope and love when you're staring into the face of a child. And it's something we can all agree on, especially as women. That's why women need to have control of the situation, because so many of us are so with children. The other thing that really bothered me about the development space is that when you see the children of Karnali, they're often represented as dirty or, struggling, or on, the image I shared of a child breaking rocks. But what I wanted to do is create a space. I wanted you to walk into our spaces and see the nation's best services. I want Kopila Valley to be a place where every single person in this room, they want their child to go to school there. I think we settle for less when we are talking about children living in poverty or victimized in certain ways. So I wanted to create this state of the art. I want people to see our Kopila children who are orphaned and marginalized reading poetry, and in the library reading books, and on stage leading debates and winning the national soccer championship. And I think we need to raise the bar of expectations and the standards and the qualities. Some people joke that they call our school in Surkhet Mato Bangala, because it's like, but we wanted to create this space of like, why walk into a government school or a school that serves poor? Why are we settling? Why are we settling for the fact that our children in this country don't have toilets, don't have school lunch, don't have an after-school program, don't have a soccer ball, don't have desks and benches to sit on? We need to feel angry. We need to feel a fire in our belly, and we need to use that fuel to change this country for every single child and not settle for anything less.
I can, your passion resonates so well. You know, I could feel it. I think many of us in the audience could feel that too. And like Maggie said, you know, I think change agents have demonstrated resilience and impeccable amount of leadership over the years. And it is because of this passion, that hope that you talked about, you know, the hope to not settle for something just nominal and really raise the bar. And kudos to you and the work that you do, Maggie. We're so proud of you. Thank you for making Nepal your another home. So moving on to my next question is for Anupama. Anupama, you talked about collective power a lot. You talked about systems and processes and pathways. So just reflecting on your own experiences, are there any tools or techniques that you think change agents need to embrace or calibrate in their work style so that we can achieve and not settle for the nominal standards that we just discussed about?
Thanks. And yeah, echo what Muda said. I mean, your passion just comes out so strongly, and thank you for all that you're doing, and it's amazing to hear about that. About the tools and methodologies that at least help us with our work is, I mean, we look at data very seriously. We're a very data-driven organization. I mean, we'd like to say that it's a nice balance of the heart and the head. But yeah, all our work, our reviews come down to the hard data on the ground. And I feel like it's so important to do that because I mean, it clarifies the problem to you to understand what is the data around that problem. And just in terms of also monitoring the progress towards what you're doing and where are the cracks that still exist, where is it that we need to sort of recalibrate and reassess and learn and adapt. So data enables all of that a lot. And one of the things as a foundation that we are huge advocates for is also making sure that we have disaggregated data. Gender disaggregated data is so important to have because it's not, you can't paint the same picture for all the problems that exist. I love the example that Rumi gave in the previous panel around the biases that exist, right? Like he is a president and she's cooking in the kitchen. And again, I mean, we've spoken about AI and ChatGPT, and if we are heading to a world that would rely on like, you know, artificial intelligence, then we need to have that data to inform some of the processes that will be, you know, culled out through that process. So yeah, I mean, data is of extreme importance. Again, digital is another lever, and we look at it like standalone as well as cross-cutting the use of digital. But there too, and again, numbers were heard in the previous panel. I mean, there is a global gender gap in data in terms of accessing the internet. I think Rumi only mentioned that 26% of women in South Asia are less likely to use a mobile. So we need to overcome some of that, but there is so much potential, like in breaking some of these barriers and making sure opportunities are provided at the same level to men and women. And I think the third thing which comes to mind, and also because we're at this forum, is just this dedicated space for discussions, right? Making sure that these important topics are brought to the fore, making sure that diverse perspectives are heard, and making sure that these inform the kind of things that we'd like to do or pursue. So yeah, I mean, from that perspective, these are the three things that come top of mind.
Perfect. Thank you, Anupama. You talked about dedicated spaces, data-driven passion, and discourses and conversations and dialogues. So thank you for that. Now we'll move on to our next panelist, Nina. So Nina, you talked about your work with HIFER and the changes that you guys do. A little bit to reflect on, in this journey as a change agent, working with HIFER, what has been some rewarding moments that has kept you going on with the work that you do?
Okay, thank you. So there are rewarding moments every day. That's what has held me here for so long. But I'll just try to quickly touch to three moments. One is one very recent that we wanted to look at how we are doing in the women empowerment space. And we did a study around that. It's very recent. The report is still in the press. And there are tons of data over there. But one thing that really touched me was when we approach women's empowerment, we work with men too. As we empower women on economics and financials and their own confidence and so on, we also help men to challenge their patriarchal mindset. So we do put effort in that. And this report showed that in the question, who do you think should do the household cleaning and washing? 80% of the men said, we both. So that was the aha moment for us. Okay, so we are doing something. So, and there are tools and methods we do. I'll be more than happy to share with all the others who are approaching this women empowerment. The second thing is, again, we talked a lot about working with the government, working in systems. So, and then again, that was another aha moment for us. I mean, as NGOs, we are looked as bringing resources in the country and doing stuff. But we wanted to tell the government said that, no, we bring technology and you have the resources, and that's a never-ending, never-finishing resources the country has. So we work very hard to work with the local government to convince that you have the resources, you do the stuff, we'll work out together how to do it. Then now, like right now, we have almost 70 plus municipalities who has agreed to put the resources. All the program fundings come from their side. What we do is we bring the processes and the tools, and that has been another aha moment. And there are now hundreds of municipalities that are coming to us. Okay, you come, like versus it was like you don't bring money, you don't come. So that's second. The third one is recently you heard Kalpana's, and we were struggling with how do we institutionalize the change that we have achieved so far. And this Women Alliance that was recently registered, which holds 340,000 women entrepreneurs and 267 cooperatives. And this is only going to grow. And recently we had an opportunity to meet with the president and Bidya Bandari. So, I mean, when we were having conversation with her and these Seva women, they said, okay, one of the main challenges for us is investment. So we want to create our own bank. So remember, these were the same women who had struggled to save 50 rupees in a month. Now, all their resources in 5 years that they have gathered together as a collective, they think that they can open a bank by themselves. And the resident was so excited, she started to share about her own struggle and promised that she will support. So that was another aha moment for me. And I can go on, but you said only 3 minutes, so I stop here.
Thank you. Yeah, like I loved it how he talked about ownership and ensuring that the community takes accountability and ownership, and also check and balance for us as well as Change Asians and development agencies, that what is our impact and understanding how far that impact is going to go. Thank you, Ninaji, for sharing that. So we're going to divert a little bit and talk about inclusivity as Change Asians. And I have very similar questions to both Dr. Pukarmala and Shaili. So we talked about power structures a lot. You both talked about identity a lot, and coming back to something that resonated to you in that space, and how important identity has been to both of you in the work that you do, in the activism that you carry. You know, despite of the fact that we see so many women as Change Asians and development workers, there is a bitter reality to that, is that still in decision-making roles and leadership spaces in development agencies, in international development agencies, most of these spaces are occupied by men. Women are still stuck in that managerial position and don't move or advance upwards in those decision-making, key position, executive roles where things are done and your voice is really heard. So when we talk about identity and intersectionality, how can we create that inclusive space where women can move upwards? Not only women, women from marginalized communities, non-binary individuals can move upwards. And how do you cater to that need? You know, how do you cater to that need as a man who's championing this kind of cause in leadership? And how do you cater to that need as somebody who comes from a grassroots activism? So we can start with Dr. Pukarmala and then go to Saili.
Thank you for that poignant question. You know, so I think gender equity, this campaign begins with I, no? So as a person who's sitting on this panel with, let's not take the elephant out of the room, male privilege, right? That I grew up with, which is important to admit, consume, register, understand. I also think it's important for men to build more humility, curiosity, compassion, and then will come the courage to actually work on the change that is so much needed, in the creativity that is so much needed, right? I mean, I wonder if I look around the room, not just in the panel, how many men are in this room? Why didn't more men sign up to be a part of these conversations, right? So, you know, and then it makes this conversation difficult, because it is not about women against men, is it? It is about all of us against patriarchy. But when sort of the environment where you're having these discussions, the people that are making those decisions, right? When you see all of that, then the landscape sort of changes, right? So I think that it begins with I at home, very rightfully, you know, mentioned earlier. You know, there's so many things to be said there. But also, it's not just at home. It's also wherever you are, right? So at least at Daitwa Abhiyan, where I work, I remember in 2015 when 2013 we started this journey, we registered the organization. We had no female members in the team. It's also true that, you know, you sort of work with people that you know or like or feel comfortable with. Just the same way women would probably work more with women, right? But from that day, when we had no female, to 2 years later, I think 1.5, 2 years later, when we had the first female who was a communications officer, right? No surprises there. To now, where I was checking with my team, 62% of all people at Daitwa Abhiyan are female, and of the leadership positions, 60% is occupied by female, right? So we've come a long journey, right? And this is extremely important, but to arrive here, I think it's so important to institutionalize gender in your organizations. So it's not enough to only say, but what does your HR policy say, right? I mean, Amun was in the panel earlier. Inspired by him also, we have, a period leave policy. There are policies for maternity leave, and even paternity leave. So there is all these different aspects which need to be put in the document, but which also need to be put in practices in simple things, which you may not actually put it in paper, right? So I think it's important to institutionalize gender in your institutions. We didn't have time for that conversation, but that's a very big one. Now, I think that it is that because of which I was able to share that so many of our entrepreneurs are female, so many of our fellows are female, right? Somehow, I was happy to say that, but because of that. Now, the second thing that is also so important is to talk about power, right? In our work at the Daitwa Abhiyan, we have an important focus on enabling our change agents to work on that power imbalance. Right? So we have a course. I was a senior fellow at the Center for Public Leadership in the Kennedy School. We developed a framework which is built around justice. So there are people that are in power, and there are people that have less power. So how do we build capacity in our change agents, in our women and youth who probably have less power now, to grow that power so that they can collaborate with the system stakeholders, the guards in the system. I think it's very important to build power into the capacity building in a very honest, genuine, and sometimes, one might say controversial ways. But the second thing is also so important, which is what Sailiji said earlier, which is around, you need to work with the perpetrators, right? I think it's important that we enable the government. It's important that we enable the men. A question that I might ask all of us to consider is how many men sit in boards of women-led organizations? Now that's a difficult one, I understand that. It's a very difficult question. But I think it's important to have more men in these conversations. I think it's important to enable men to understand about gender parity, and it's important to enable governments to understand, because there are very few men here in this conversation, and there's a lot of men at Ministry of Finance. We need to change that. Thank you.
Sorry, I said like 3 minutes, but you've got like 1 minute, 30 seconds, and we have to like kind of share that time, okay? So just rapidly through a few things that you've got.
Rather than organization-wise, I'll talk more about movement-wise, because I'm involved with Dalit Lives Matter, that is trying to lead this Dalit movement in Nepal and globally, taking that question. So when we talk about making spaces inclusive, we know हाम्रो संसदमा 33% कसरी पुर्याएको, कि त हामी बोल्न चाहदैनौँ किनभने हाम्रो प्रिभिलेज क्वेसनमा आउँछ, कि हाम्रो आवाज त्यहाँसम्म पुग्दैन, त्यति मात्र हो। तर कसरी त्यो इन्क्लुसिभिटी नेपालमा हेरिन्छ र कसरी त्यो हट टपिक भएको छ, we know that. So when we're talking about movement and making movement inclusive and actually bringing the voices in the movement, the first thing what we need to do is create and bring local leaders. I'll share you an example. So 3 years back, when we were traveling in Madhes, Dalit girl, young girl, she was 18 probably, married with 3-year-old kid, said that that meeting was the first place where she heard about contraceptive. And we had this program of training Dalit young women and girls. And after 3 years, now at times he calls and says that today I questioned my mayor and his face was dekhne layak tha. So when we are talking about movement, oh, can I get 1 more minute? So when we talk about movement, first we need to focus is that we need to create local leader and we need to make that movement of their own. So when we are talking about Dalit movement, it should be the movement coming from Dalit community. When we are talking about feminist movement, it should be coming from women. But then again, when we are talking that it should come from them, it doesn't mean that you leave that intersectionality spaces. So when we are talking about women movement in Nepal, where are the women from Madhesi community, from Dalit community, from transgender community? Where are they? They are nowhere to be seen. In none of the events, none of the dialogues, none of the spaces. Where are they? Nepal, I think Madhes is the second most populated province in Nepal, has the most, second most women province in Nepal. So, Kathmanduko महिलाले मात्र आन्दोलन गरेर women empowerment भइहाल्छ भने हामी चुप लाएर बस्छौं. त्यस्तो हुँदैन. So if you are talking about inclusivity, as Pukarji said, where are the men? Gender-based violence ko kura garda, most of the time the perpetrator is a male. I'm not saying it's never a woman, but most of the time it's male. 1 out of 4 women every day is getting sexually violated. केही महिना अगाडि नै नेपाल पुलिसमा registered cases मात्र last year को 21,000 something थियो, which was increased by around 18% in a year. And that is just the reported cases. So when we are talking about inclusivity, when we are talking about movement building, we need to broaden that scope. मेरो समस्या मात्र समाधान भएर अमुदा मिश्राको, हैन, ममता पासवानको, अनुपमाजीको, म्यागीको समस्या समाधान हुँदैन. But when we come together and make that space inclusive, त्यो समस्या समाधान हुन्छ. मेरो किनभने मेरो इन्डिभिजुअल समस्या एउटा होला के, चाहे त्यो नागरिकताको होस्, चाहे आमाको नाममा नागरिकताको होस्, चाहे अरू कुनै होस्. तर हामी कलेक्टिभली आयौँ भने त्यो आमाको नाममा नागरिकता बन्ने एउटा ग्रुपको एउटा समस्या छ, तर मधेसी वुमेनको त अर्कै समस्या छ नि त नागरिकतामा. तर त्यो सँगै आयो भने the voices will be amplified. And as Nihari said about collective force, त्यो चाहिँ हुँदैन के. हामी नेपालीमा त्यो छैन. I'll say it straightforward. एक पोइन्टमा ममा पनि थिएन, but I learned and we need to learn that. Unless we come collectively and make spaces inclusive, we are not succeeding anywhere. Though World Economic Forum ले भने हो, हिजोदेखि धेरैपल्ट UN Women र धेरैले पनि भनेको कुरा सुने कि next at least 100 years लाग्छ होला women at par आउन. तर जुन पाराले यो नेपाली गइरहेछ नि, नेपाली यस्तै त हो नि बुढो भन्दै, यो पाराले जाने हो भने म लेखेर दिन्छु नेपाली कागजमा 100 वर्षमा पनि कहीँ पुग्नेवाला छैनौँ. यहीँ बसेर यही कुरामा हामी यही फेरि छलफल गरिरहेको हुन्छौँ. यदि त्यही गर्ने हो भने हामी यस्तै नि हो नि बुढो भनेर बसौँ. तर if you actually want to see that change, if we want that at least 33% the participants are men here, if we want men here and talk that, okay, tell us your story and we want to support you, we want to be an ally, भने सँगै मिलेर काम गर्नै पर्छ. There is no way around.
It's okay. You did actually take up your 3 minutes, but I'm all about giving women their space, so you take it, okay? So thank you. Thank you for holding up to that. I'm like so inspired by all the conversations that we had. I wish we had another 1 hour, but I think we all are hungry and would like to go for lunch now. But some of the key takeaways of this panel discussion today and what drives that change could be summed up in 6 C's that we talked about. One, we talked about being curious and having curiosity at the center, and understanding that while we do have sense of agencies, the other person or the community that we work with also has their own sense of agency. The other we talked about are conversations and leaning into conversations, understanding what the community needs rather than coming into these interventions as with a savior attitude and I know it all attitude, right? The other one we talked about is connection. It needs a village to impact change, and with all the stories that we heard today, I don't think so we disagree in that anymore. So making sure that we're connected to the local bodies, to the communities, to other stakeholders, international donor agencies, the central bodies, and all sorts of other stakeholders that are there to help us with our work. The other thing that we talked about is power distribution and collective power. So transforming power from power over to power with, power to, and power for. And the other thing that we talked about is courage, and mostly to men and those of us who are privileged to be able to question our own privileges and understand where we are taking up spaces, where we need to leave spaces, and where we need to give spaces to other identities that are marginalized, right? And the most important thing that our change agents talked to today about is compassion and centering radical empathy day in and day out in the work that we do. If we do not have that, then it becomes very difficult to fight these systemic barriers and implicit biases that we all also have internalized and we see out there in the society. So with that, I would like to thank all of you for joining me today for this conversation. Thank you for all the inspiration.
Thank you so much, Amuda, and for such a fantastic panel, and to our panelists as well. I'd like to go ahead and invite on stage member of WLF, Ananta Moore, to present a memento to our speakers and to our moderator. Our moderator, Amuda Mishra, and our panelist, Anupama Anand, Nina Joshi, Dr. Pukar Malla, Maggie Doiney, and Shaili Chaudhary.